with a whip in his hand. Rape, Memory, and African American Women. Katherine Clinton. A hill of black people, falling. And above them all, rising from his place with a whip in his hand, the man without skin, looking. He is looking at her. Toni Morrison, beloved. In the time it takes you to read the sentence, in the time it will take me to open my paragraph, someone will be raped. Somewhere a person is being violated. One person is forcing himself on another and leaving a mark, a bruise, a scar from a cigarette burn, some torn tissue mixed with blood, some semen, perhaps none of these. In every case of rape, whether the mark is invisible or permanent, life or death, a mark remains, the memory of a violation force without consent. The mark may only be an ineradicable memory. The actual act of rape may not be deemed legally as a criminal act, so much sexual violence remains outside the law. Could a slave claim rape by his or her master? Could a prisoner accuse a jailer? Until recently, could a wife charge her husband with rape? If a rape remains unreported, as do the majority of incidents, the rapist remains free to rape again. If a rape is reported, the burden of proof rests with the accuser, and many court systems allow the victims of sexual assault to be put on trial through publicity. In all cases, memory will replay the circumstances, allowing the rapists to prey again and again on the psyches of their victims. Whether or not rape is a political act, it remains a politicized topic. And when race and rape intersect as they have throughout our history, the topic becomes explosive. Sensationalist headlines plunge us into emotionally charged intellectual debates over these questions. To the scholar, the terms of the debate seem depressingly familiar. The voices of individual black men and women, as well as the opinions of feminists of all colors, are drowned out by the screech of tabloid journalism. Despite editorializing on rape, we need some sensible data to put much of this into perspective. Recent surveys tell us that less than 20% of the rapes in this country are committed by unknown assailants, and that in 1 out of 3 reported rapes the victim had multiple assailants. Despite increasing consciousness about sexual matters and sexual politics, we live in a culture saturated in rape. A 1985 survey of 6,000 college students found that 1 in 6 women report having been raped or having fought off an attack. In addition, 1 in 15 men surveyed report committing rape or attempting rape. Despite the incontrovertible evidence that only a small fraction of rapes are interracial, race continues to inflame the issue and to obscure the fact that African American women are represented in rape statistics in dangerously disproportionate numbers. In America today, a black woman is 6 times more likely to be raped than a white woman. Not only this shocking contemporary data but also the actual texts and textures of the African American past have led me to explore the roots of violence against black women, slavery's legacy and racism's rawest nerve within our culture. In 1982 I wrote, "American slavery bred many strong and sturdy monsters. Racism, class oppression and sexual exploitation remain indestructible among us, they have outgrown their parent and prowl with little restraint. We flatter ourselves that we have slain the dragons, conquered the devils, defeated the deadly relics of our past. Yet we are haunted by the rattling of the chains too." Over a decade later, little has changed. Within academic literature, the taboo subject of the sexual exploitation of slaves and its consequences has been broached in the work of Calvin Hernton, Angela Davis, Bell Hooks, Dorothy Sterling, Paula Giddings, Deborah Gray White, Jacqueline Jones, Melton McLaurin, and Darlene Clark Hine, among others. 3 feminist scholarship on rape. What little there is provides scant remedy. Susan Brown Miller's pioneering work against our will, men, women, and rape was riddled with insensitivity to race and class dynamics. And equally problematic was her proposition that rape can be defined as an act by which all men keep all women in a state of fear. This is a partial truth at best. Men and women have long been convenient categories for discussions of rape, but this is imprecise and incomplete. Although all rapists arguably might be masculine and all violated are feminized, not all victims of rape are women and not all violations are performed by men. Class, ethnic, and racial factors are central to our appreciation of the power dynamics of rape. Rape has been employed as a collective as well as an individual means of social control for the perpetrators and the victims. Slavery systematically fostered patterns of sexual violence, with consequences which have clear impact today. The challenge is enormous, but evidence provides a tremendous stumbling block to our full appreciation of the scope of the problem. I have argued elsewhere that antebellum white slave owners tried to erase the records of rape of slave women, and indeed for all women of color within their culture. For within the Old South, a slave woman was denied the power of consent by legal definition, she could not be raped. This was not neglectful, but deliberate. Rape, Memory, and African American Women 207. 8. Avoidance. If a rapist was suspected of the sexual assault of a slave woman, he was charged with assault and battery and, in the case of conviction, damages were paid to her owner, as would be the case in any other property damage. The law very specifically withheld from a slave woman the rights of personhood and concomitant protection of the state. Sexual abuse could break a slave woman's will and spirit. She was denied her right of consent and, under the law, her own body. Despite the absence of formal legal charges, we do have evidence of these crimes against slave women. Upon occasion, the rape of a slave woman is revealed in the courtroom. Most powerful, a Missouri court case formed the basis for Melton McLaurin Celia, a slave. In another example, as part of the legal defense of a slave accused of murder, a lawyer introduced the evidence that the slain man had raped his killer's wife. 5. Evidence from the slave narratives, both the published 19th century texts as well as the Works Progress Administration interviews, afford significant insight. Interestingly, in those WPA interviews conducted by black women, 18% of the ex-slaves described sexual coercion by whites, directed either at them or at others on their plantations. Family historians and oral interviews provide further testimony. In her family history Proud Shoes, Polly Murray gives us a vivid account of her grandmother, Cornelia, who was the product of a relationship between a slave woman and her master's son. Unlike most autobiographies and testimonies which tend not to give full accounts of forced sex, Murray's work reveals that Cornelia was born after her mother suffered a series of violent rapes. Murray's level of detail is rare, although African American family lore often includes references to both interracial and non-consensual unions. 6. In some cases children of these liaisons are unclear as to their parental lineage, and their father's motives, as Priscilla Butler confided to an interviewer, "I don't know if it was rape or money or lust or affection or what that caused the mingling up. I never talked to no one about it in those terms. In my mother's case, I don't know. I've spent a lot of my life trying to know, but I don't." 7. Despite the ambiguity some sources present, scholarly interpretation and analysis have been either absent or conspicuously racist and sexist. 8. Scholars in African American women's literature and critics celebrating women's voices have provided historians with new and important insights. Hazel Carby's compelling study of the African American women novelist reminds us that in almost all black women's accounts of rape, including the narratives of slave women, resistance is as thematically central as is victimage. 9. Many scholars of slavery refuse to recognize the pervasiveness and significance of sexual abuse of slave women. Some deny that rapes took place or claim that, if they did, they were either rare or isolated instances. Some historians concede relationships between white men and slave women were coercive. A handful wrap themselves in a cloak of concern for these black women. Should we inflict more damage to black women's images by dwelling on slave women as victims? Must we paint them as powerless? Angela. 208. Davis, Bell Hooks, Darlene Clark Mine, Nell Painter, Mary Frances Berry, and others suggest that we must see these women as subject to institutionalized sexual abuse, that rape was an integral part of slavery, not an aberration or dysfunction. 10. I am willing to move beyond images of slave women as rape victims, but while rape remains unacknowledged and crimes go unrecorded, while these liaisons are characterized by leading scholars as white men winning over pliant-colored concubines, these violations of African American women must be placed squarely within the historical foreground. We need to integrate sexual abuse as a byproduct of slavery, not aberrant behavior or abuse of the system. Establishing the fact of these relations in no way implies women's complicity. Can we measure collaboration or gauge complicity within such a coercive society? Within the Old South, I argue, the refinement of patriarchy resulted in a system of penarchy, a system whereby the males of the elite use sexual terrorism to control women of all classes and races, as well as men within the subordinate classes. Women of their own class are judged by the dominant males by one system of standards and those of the subordinate group by another. Within the slave-owning South, white women were placed on the pedestal while black women were put on the auction block. Penarchy emphasizes that male and female categories are necessary but not sufficient means to determine power relationships within society. Whereas patriarchy defines sexual categories as reflections of biological functions and power relationships are modeled on family roles, penarchy emphasizes sexual categories which reflect power relationships and their sexual manifestations. Unlike patriarchy, penarchy is not a system which merely divides people into the categories of men and women. Within patriarchal frameworks, it is assumed that all sons can become fathers, and that all daughters can become mothers, although all children are subject to parental will within the family matrix. Within penarchy, status is sexualized and inextricably linked to power relationships within society. Sexual identity cannot be encoded without a specific cultural context of power and status. Within penarchy, social/class/race/ethnic identity is incorporated into gender systems at the outset. Status, of course, may change over time, as one conquering nation may become a conquered nation, and so on and so on. But the sex act must be informed by context, and sexual identity is meaningless without it. Penarchy incorporates class and race considerations without privileging gender. Like patriarchy, penarchy reflects the reigning power of masculinity. Men of subordinate groups can be subject to masculine trappings of power. On southern plantations, power rituals were sexualized and directly reflected masculine values. Men and women were subject to physical restraints that had explicitly sexual overtones, collars, cuffs, ropes, and other icons of submission. Slaves frequently were subjected to public nudity. One of the first laws of racial differentiation in the Virginia colony was that white indentured servants might not be stripped for punishment. Finally, whipping itself can be a symbol of male will and lashing a form of sexual sublimation. Rape, Memory, and African American Women 209. The sexually charged undertone of this ritual was underscored in Elizabeth Keckley's account of an incident she suffered as a young female slave. One evening a Mr. Bingham, a local schoolmaster and member of Keckley's master's church, announced his intention to whip her. Keckley was shocked by the unprovoked threat by a man not even her master. Bingham declined to state his reasons for the punishment, and Keckley resisted his attack. In her memoir she commented, "Recollect, I was 18 years of age, was a woman fully developed, and yet this man coolly bade me take down my dress." 11. By refining our sense of this all-embracing patriarchy, we can better understand why women at the bottom of the penarchy were rarely deceived about the interlocking systems of racial and sexual oppression. They did not separate out categories of oppression, as white feminists frequently demanded, and as many black feminists refused as resistance. Any student of slavery knows it is a waste of effort to play the numbers game. It is even hard to convince some historians that the thousands of slave mulattoes were not all products of mutual consent. Documents, records, and statistics have become tangled issues within our combative field. Memory can provide alternate substantiation. Before turning to memory, I want to outline in brief some theoretical problems. I am firmly opposed to constructions of models of feminism that fail to include men. Theoretical frameworks of rape which exclude males seems short-sighted at best, but sexist regardless. In Beloved, Toni Morrison describes Paul D.'s experience his first day on the chain gang. Chain up completed, they knelt down. The dew, more likely than not, was missed by then. Heavy sometimes, and if the dogs were quiet and just breathing you could hear doves. Kneeling in the mist they waited for the whim of a guard, or two, or three. Or maybe all of them wanted it. Wanted it from one prisoner in particular, or none or all. A few lines later, the theme of resistance emerges. Occasionally a kneeling man chose a gunshot in his head as the price, maybe, or taking a bit of foreskin with him to Jesus 12. Rape can be viewed as a means of social control for women in both the empowered and subordinate groups within the Old South. In antebellum Virginia, in 27 out of 60 cases wherein a white woman charged a black man with rape, the jury argued for clemency for the convicted rapist due to the extenuating circumstance of the white woman's familiarity with blacks. In one particularly chilling case, a black alleged to have attempted rape was to be excused because his victim, a minor, was the daughter of a woman who was suspected of sexual congress with blacks. In another case, a ruling specified that the law was made to preserve the distinction which should exist between our two kinds of populations, and to protect whites in possession of their superiority. 13. White women who defied custom could be stripped of their protection by law and denied consent, reduced in status just as all African American women were before the bench. This intersection between black males, white females, and rape affords fascinating data. Looking at the issues in terms of both penal imperatives and racial politics, new interpretations emerge. Because the vast majority of 210. The secondary literature on rape deals so exclusively with the rape of white women, and this same overwhelming majority applies to the question of historical literature on rape in the South, my focus will not stray. Black women are all but invisible. The sexual coercion of black women by white men requires massive inquiry and renewed research efforts. Under slavery, no legal recourse protected slave women. Whites practiced the schoolteacher's maxim from Beloved that definitions belong to the definers. Defining rape was relatively easy as compared with the very complex proposition of publicizing and preserving records of violations. Men and women subjected to slavery quite pointedly discuss sexual coercion in their analysis of the system. They condemned the despicability of masters' attempts at matchmaking, and linked this invasion of privacy with forcing a slave by rape or some other form of coercion. 14 Slaves saw rape as part of a continuum of humiliation, coercion, and abuse. Although each and every slave might not have been subjected to assaults, all slaves were brutalized by indignities and felt the shame and dishonor the system fostered. Women bore the brunt. 15 The voices of women from the slave narratives call out to us, begging readers to confront the cruel circumstances of slave women's fate. Elizabeth Keckley is again instructive. I was regarded as fair-looking for one of my race, and for 4 years a white man I spare the world his name had base designs upon me. I do not care to dwell upon this subject, for it is one that is fraught with pain. Suffice it to say that he persecuted me for 4 years, and I became a mother. The child of which he was the father was the only child that I ever brought into the world. If my poor boy ever suffered any humiliating pangs on account of the birth, he could not blame his mother, for God knows that she did not wish to give him life. He must blame the edicts of that society which deemed it no crime to undermine the virtue of girls in my then position. 16 In her compelling autobiography, Incidents in the Life of a Slave Girl, Harriet Jacobs depicts the fate of those preyed upon by licentious members of the master class. 17 Jacobs's personal testimony is extraordinary in the boldness of its confrontation both of slaveholders' sexual brutishness and of the complexity of slaves' responses. In her own difficult case, Jacobs brings alive those coercive forces which dictated women's decisions. A harassing master is counterposed with a white lover. Is the suitor who allows Jacobs to be seduced into thinking she might free herself and any subsequent children any less brutal than her master who relentlessly pursues her? Jacobs's case is echoed in the fate of Beloved's baby Suggs, who couples with a straw boss for 4 months in exchange for keeping her third child, a boy, with her only to have him traded for lumber in the spring of the next year and to find herself pregnant by the man who promised not to and did. 18. These deals were one-sided, the risks high, the lottery rigged. Yet slave women gambled, driven by desperation. Rape, Memory, and African American Women 211. I remain puzzled. As I read the culture, all liaisons between slave and free were tainted, but especially those bonds between slave women and slave-owning men. By law, if a slave woman raised her hand against a white man, even to protect her own body, she was committing a crime. My seeking any evidence of resistance makes me feel like the modern prosecutor who exploits cultural sexism to revealate the rape victim. But if I characterize all relations between white males and slave females as rape, am/not denying these women consent? What of those African American who sought these sexual alternatives as a strategy within slavery? And what of those inspired by motives beyond the realm of strategy? If, as some scholars are prone to paint it, slavery was one big happy family, then it was one which fostered and perhaps even encouraged incest. The father figure could sexually abuse his female charge. The mother was much less likely to abuse her male charges, but she could. More often the mistress was silent accomplice to the abuse of unprotected females within the plantation household. Many theories of interracial sex support the notion of this activity as preventing actual incest in the white family, while others claim its symbolic incestuous nature because of the alleged maternal role of the mammy. 19. To suggest that slave women preferred the sexual favors of white men is folly. Slave women may have had choices, but the circumscription of slavery denied them freedom in any meaningful sense. Once again, I fear entrapment. Am I infantilizing slave women, victimizing them, stereotyping them, or all three by theorizing? A historian even more than a novelist finds the political impact of her choices, her representations, haunting. Memory keeps alive those pasts unmangled by record keepers and school teachers. Storytelling defies the dictates of scholars, the assaults of historical methodology. The power of memory, which has handed down stories through generations, outlasts its rivals through centuries of struggle. The past remains contested terrain. The past comes alive in important documents besides those preserved by the penarchy. Toni Morrison has argued, there is not a place you or I can go, to think about, or not think about, to summon the presence of, or recollect the absences of slaves, nothing that reminds us of the ones who made the journey and of those who did not make it. There is no suitable memorial, or plaque, or wreath, or wall, or park, or skyscraper lobby. There is no 200-foot tower. There's no small bench by the road. There is not even a tree scored, an initial that one can visit or you can visit in Charleston or Savannah or New York or Providence or better still, on the banks of the Mississippi. 20. Yet there is a place we can go. The pages of African American literature are strong medicine against the whitewash of slavery. Novelists have borne witness and provide scholars with material to rebuild our appreciation of the past not decorated with images. 212. Of blacks gleaned solely from white records. These vivid, jarring voices from the black past demand complex and often contradictory renderings. African American men have frequently employed the metaphor of Southern white male sexual prerogative penarchal imperative as a symbol of racial oppression. From W.E.B. Du Bois' rendition in The Story of John in the Souls of Black Folks to Alex Haley's Family Saga in Queen, sexual coercion is a recurrent theme. The familiar story is repeated and almost always with similar outcome: interracial sex spells misery, and perhaps death. In Jean Toomer's Cain, Louisa, a black woman, is at the center of a complex triangle. Blood-Burning Moon is set in the rural South, a tale fraught with too many overlapping meanings to explore at length. But, in brief, Toomer illuminates the powerful grip of memory on the descendants of slave owners as well as slaves. Scholars have long used the testimony of whites to shed light on black behavior or black experience, and only recently have we begun the painful process of revision which restores black voices to mainstream American folklore. An equally challenging task awaits to explore black sources as evidence of white perspectives on race. Toomer's Blood-Burning Moon is a short story that is ripe with penarchal imperative. Etched in acid, this story from Kane highlights an interracial liaison and explosive emotions that lead to lynching and murder. In Blood-Burning Moon, Tom Burwell, who is black, becomes enraged at the thought that his gal, Louisa, meets with a white man, Bob Stone, at the cane break. Bob Stone is equally angered by the rumor of Burwell's involvement with Louisa, and he boasts to himself, no nigger had ever been with his girl. He'd like to see one try. Some position for him to be in. Him, Bob Stone, of the old Stone family, in a scrap with a nigger over a nigger girl. Beautiful nigger gal. Why nigger? Why not, just gal? No, it was because she was nigger that he went to her. Sweet. The scent of boiling cane came to him 21. Bob Stone was even more acutely aware of the implications of his sexual arousal as he daydreams. He passed the house with its huge open hearth which, in the days of slavery was the plantation cookery. He saw Louisa bent over that hearth. He went in as a master should and took her. Direct, honest, bold 22. Clearly, this act takes place only in Stone's imagination. In this racialized memory, the white man fantasizes his rape of a black woman with whom he is regularly having consensual sex. The memory of the rape of black women is a part of his historical consciousness, his Southern tradition, his fantasy life, his lost inheritance. Stone feels himself dethroned because Louisa gives herself rather than being taken by force. He rages at the new regime. As an emasculated heir of the master class, he complains, none of this sneaking that he had to go through now. The contrast was repulsive to him. His family had lost ground. Hell no, his family still owned the niggers, practically. Damned if they did or he wouldn't have to duck around so 23. Shortly thereafter, Stone repeats this theme of disinheritance as he plunges into the cane brake and stumbles upon Rape, Memory, and African American Women 213. Burwell and Louisa together. Infuriated, Stone physically attacks his black rival. In the ensuing battle, Burwell slashes Stone's throat, and Stone dies. Blacks put out their lamps while, once the word spreads, whites, like ants upon a forage, rushed about. Shortly after, Tom Burwell is burned at the stake. In Uncle Tom's Children, Richard Wright depicts the tragic consequences of an interracial sexual encounter with the story of Sarah and Silas in Long Black Song. Wright portrays the white man's wooing of Silas's black wife and the subsequent sexual encounter as forced sex. However, Wright allows the episode to end ambiguously with the following description: a liquid metal covered her and she rode on the curve of white bright days and dark black nights and the surge of the long gladness of summer and the ebb of deep dream of sleep in winter till a high red wave of hotness drowned her in a deluge of silver and blue and boiled her blood and blistered her flesh. Bang bang bang. 24. Wright's ambiguity raises questions. If I were to characterize Wright as denying Sarah a rape, by not portraying a rape scene, my critique is problematic. In fiction, rape most often is depicted romantically, a scene of sexual struggle whereby a conquering male melts a woman's resistance, with the conquest ending in mutual rapture. Surveys of either romance fiction or pornographic novels inevitably demonstrate male force as a means of unlocking female desire. The male must force the woman into sex for her own good or pleasure. To his credit, Wright does not serve up this sexist convention. He merely blurs Sarah's response to the salesman's sexual advances and to the sex act itself. Subsequent to the encounter, Sarah tries to bury the incident, to preserve her marriage and her family. But white men leave their mark and, in this case, evidence. When Silas discovers a telltale handkerchief in the bed covers, memory is jarred, home life unravels, and violence erupts. Silas chases Sarah from the house. She is able to rescue her child from the hearthside before all hell breaks loose. Her husband turns a gun on a white man. Before his last stand, Silas screams at Sarah, the white folks and never gimme a chance. They and never give no black man a chance. There and nothing in yo whole life you can keep from 'em. They take yo land. They take yo freedom. They take yo women. And they take yo life too. This speech maps out Wright's broader themes in the book. In this, as in many other works by black male writers, white men's access to black women becomes the emblem of racial oppression which inevitably spurs violence. And here, as in many other texts of black fiction, the black woman's violation by a white man is seen not as her submission but as a white man's act of aggression against the entire race. It is an individual act, but with a collective impact. In Wright's work a woman suffers wretched violation, but both the character and the reader share the author's appreciation of rape as part of a larger constellation of racial oppression. In both of these violent, woeful fictional episodes, the authors portray black women as virtual blank slates upon which males inscribe their desires. 214. Both Sarah and Louisa are painted as vacant sleepwalkers. In the end, they are alone, numbed by the violence that interracial sex has wrought. The conspicuous absence of the female will is a disquieting feature in both stories. These vacant, voiceless women have been replaced by a vigorous and varied cast of characters created by African American women novelists. Many have departed from tradition in breaking the silence surrounding rape and incest. Some have even tackled the thorny questions of the intersections of race, rape, and gender in modern society. 26 An earlier generation of black women writers had to surmount obstacles that we are now only beginning to understand. As Anna Julia Cooper confessed in her autobiographical writing in 1892, "My mother was a slave and the finest woman one have ever known. Presumably my father was her master, if so, I owe him not a sou and she was always too modest and shamefaced ever to mention him." 27. Cooper went on to complain, and not many can more sensibly realize and more accurately tell the weight and the fret of the long, dull pain than the open-eyed but hitherto voiceless black woman of America. 28. Cooper's generation fought to have a voice in the larger society. These strong, articulate women wanted their work to honor the generations silenced before them and pave the way for those who would speak out thereafter. Pauline Hopkins, in her Contending Forces, approaches the subject of rape by describing the brutal attack upon a woman in such a way that, as Hazel Carby suggests, most readers confront sexualized violation. In Hopkins's novel, Mrs. Montfort suffers a metaphoric rape after being branded as a woman with tainted blood. She was bound to the whipping post as the victim to the stake, and lashed with rawhides alternately by the two strong, savage men. Hank Davis drew first blood by reason of his wrongs at Mr. Montfort's hands. With all his mighty strength he brought the lash down upon the frail and shrinking form. O God! Was there none to rescue her? The air whistled as the snaky leather thong curled and writhed in its rapid vengeful descent. A shriek from the victim, a spurt of blood that spattered the torturer, a long raw gash across a tender, white back. Hank gazed at the cut with critical satisfaction, as he compared its depth with the skin and blood that encased the long, tapering lash. Another shriek, a stifled sob, a long-drawn quivering sigh, then the deep stillness of unconsciousness. Again and again, was the outrage repeated. Fainting fit followed fainting fit. The blood stood in a pool about her feet. 29 By the 20th century black women writers not only deal explicitly with the consequences of racism and sexism and with slavery's legacy of sexual violation, but they comprehensively approach almost all aspects of the institution. Fiction allows black women to transform their foremothers' stories into truths, into authentic portraits of the past. One of the most imaginative means of a woman confronting her past is employed by science fiction author Octavia Butler. In her brilliant tapestry of modern America and the antebellum South, Kindred, we watch the rape, memory, and African American women. 215. Horror of a 26-year-old African American woman, Dana, transported from California in the 1970s into slavery in Maryland in the 1820s. On her second encounter with time travel, Dana is attacked by a white patroller. He confides, I guess you'll do as well as your sister. I came back for her, but you're just like her 30. Through her encounter with the rapist, Dana instantly is aligned with her slave sisters. Finding herself reduced to a replaceable sexual commodity within her ancestral home, she is born again. Although interracial rape plays a central role in the book's violent climax, Butler does not dwell on the theme of penal imperative. Instead, Butler, like numerous black novelists, simply incorporates rape into the formula of slave life. By the 10th page of her novel Desarose, Shirley Ann Williams includes this theme. The sexual exploitation of slave women is vivid, explicit and important subtext within African American women's portraits of slavery. Women's legacy to their daughters, memories of rape and fears of violation go with the territory. Like Morrison, Butler reveals her contempt for conventional historians/record keepers/school teachers. When Butler's Dana returns from plantation life in Maryland, she bitterly complains, "I read books about slavery, fiction and nonfiction. I read everything I had in the house that was even distantly related to the subject, even Gone with the Wind, or part of it. But its version of happy darkies in tender loving bondage was more than I could stand." Dana finds more authenticity in texts on concentration camp survivors from World War II, as though the Germans had been trying to do in only a few years what the Americans had worked at for nearly 231. Butler and other African American novelists weave sexual exploitation into the fabric of slave life. Toni Morrison reveals her heroine's surprise when she discovers at her new plantation home that the Garners, it seemed to her, ran a special kind of slavery, treating them like paid labor, listening to what they said, teaching what they wanted known. And he didn't stud his boys. Never brought them to her cabin with directions to lay down with her, like they did in Carolina, or rented their sex out on other farms. It surprised and pleased her, but worried her too. 32. The contemporary novelist who has chosen to portray rape and memory in its fullest horror is Gail Jones. Her Corregidora is a work which literally demolishes history. Both Ursa's memories of her family and her way of unfolding her tale explode the truth of history, the meaning of evidence. 5-year-old Ursa is slapped for questioning her great-grandmother's story, as the old woman informs her, "When I'm telling you something, don't you ever ask if I'm lying. Because they didn't want to leave no evidence of what they done so it couldn't be held against them. And I'm leaving evidence. And you got to leave evidence too. And your children got to leave evidence. And when it come time to hold up the evidence, we got evidence to hold up. That's why they burned all the papers, so there wouldn't be no evidence to hold up against them." 33. 216. Ursa bears witness. She remembers that her great-grandmother was sexual prey to the Portuguese slave master. Corregidora impregnated his own daughter, and this next daughter was also his granddaughter, a corruption of flesh and blood. Nor was this practice solely a scene from some powerful novelist's imagination. We have testimony by 19th-century observers that concubines in New Orleans might be replaced by younger women, upon occasion by their own daughters. 34. Ursa's family legacy is to keep the rage alive. They burned all the documents, Ursa, but they didn't burn what they put in their minds. That scar that's left to bear witness. We got to keep it as visible as our blood. 35. Ursa's own life is filled with more than ancestral memories. It overflows with her own alienation and despair. Ursa's sexual encounters are bound up with the memory of Corregidora, who haunts the women of her family. In a dream she feels that my belly was swollen and restless, and I lay without feeling. She goes on to feel the humming and beating of wings and claws in my thighs, and I felt a stiff penis inside me. Those who have fucked their doors would not hesitate to fuck their own mothers. Who are you? Who have I borne? His hair was like white wings and we were united at birth. 36. Ursa fights off this curse of Corregidora, but she remains haunted by her grandmother's words. Jones's studied ambiguity offers opportunity for widely conflicted readings. The answer to her sexual riddles might elude us, but the reader cannot forget the brutal dehumanizing rapes of slave women for mothers. This searing memory scorches the pages of Jones's text. And I propose nothing less for those of us confronted by the task of rewriting history. Slavery continues to haunt. The rituals of domination and submission, the intricate interplay of taboos, especially those involving interracial sexuality, require concentrated scholarly inquiry, not another season of neglect. The pain of an act of rape is something perhaps each of us must address on an individual or private level. However, collective memory of sexual violation, memories of interracial violence against black women, cannot be relegated to the realm of fiction alone. The power of memory must draw us out of the novel and into the archives. Erasure and silence will not defeat us if we remember this is a story to pass on. 14. Shirley and Wilcox's Desarose. History and the Disruptive Power of Memory. Andrea and Kake. Desarose deals with the delicate issue of the writing of history. The novel restores the missing voice of the black woman slave and simultaneously disrupts the writing of a white male historian. Shirley Ann Williams's novel tells not only the birth of a subversive, seminal voice, a voice belonging to Desarose, a black woman slave, a transgressor, a figure threatening to the peculiar institution. It clearly addresses the ways in which history can be ideologically constructed, the way memory and voice can be used to create some space in an official and historical discourse that has often negated them. This essay, however, focuses on the crucial role that memory plays in Desarose's achievement of freedom and voice. With this in mind, I would like to place a special emphasis on two moments in the text that I consider to be pivotal in Desarose's itinerary toward self-expression and self-definition. The first moment deals with Desarose's oral contest with Adam Nehemiah, the historian collecting her tale in the very first part of the novel. The second turning point in the second section is Desarose's outburst against Mrs. Riffle, the plantation mistress of Sutton Glen. My concern is to point out how, in the struggle against the authoritative historical discourse that Adam Nehemiah represents, Desarose's memories give her the ability to tell a tale of resistance disrupting the written text of Adam Nehemiah, and how, in her further encounter with Mrs. Riffle, Mammy serves as a potent repository de memoire to enabling Desarose to achieve full voice and undermine Mrs. Riffle's paternalistic discourse. Desarose exemplifies vividly such a contest between memory and history, and it furthermore points to the centrality of narrative within this contest. It is significant that throughout the novel, almost every character tries either to make up a story or to appropriate one. Adam Nehemiah tries to write a historical, scientific story out of Desarose's tale. Mrs. Riffle's sign of achievement is her ability to tell consistent tales in order to protect herself and the fugitive slaves on their way away from Sutton Glen. Nathan and Harker, the 219. 220. Slave leaders, elaborate lying stories that enable the fugitive slaves of Sutton Glen to mock and undermine slave merchants and thus gain the money they need to flee to the west. As for Desarose, she is the storyteller who masters the art of controlling and telling the narrative in the course of the novel. Desarose thus stands out as a polyphonic text in which each participant in turn is allowed to speak up and to assume the responsibility of the making of the story/history. As such, Williams's work may be read as a revisionist comment on slave historiography. Here, in Desarose, a black woman and a white woman are provided the ability to speak and to perform acts which go against the chauvinistic and racial assumptions of the venal slave system. The novel develops in three distinct parts, each centered around a specific geographic locale and a dominant point of view. The darky encloses the master's text written by Adam Nehemiah. The setting is the prison where Desarose is held captive for killing white men and escaping a slave coffle. In the darka she makes her escape on a July 4th and reaches Mrs. Ruffle's plantation. The narrative now moves into the second part, the wench, in which Ms. Ruffle's point of view prevails. The last section, the negress, reveals Desarose now as a full first-person narrative voice. The open geographic setting on the road to the west matches her liberated voice and self. These three distinct sections also chart the different stages in which memory informs Desarose's narrative. In the darka, memory leads Desarose to signify upon Adam Nehemiah. Signifying is a verbal activity which is essential in African American culture. 3. According to Michael Cook, signifying always involves questions of power on two levels, the social and the mental, and the signifier is the one who as best he can makes up for a lack of social power with an exercise of intellectual or critical power. 4. By telling the historian a culturally coded tale which he completely misunderstands, Desarose displays such a subversive critical power. At this point, Desarose resorts to signifying as a defensive device. Through her verbal performance she inscribes herself in a black oral tradition and symbolically undermines the power of the written word. As such, Desarose is not unlike the signifying monkey of the African American folk tale. 5. She signifies upon the master as the monkey signifies upon King Lion. Through orality and the rhetorics of indirection, Desarose succeeds in reversing the power relationships. Her ability to tell stories that befuddle the historian is a sign of her mastery. Let us now turn to the type of history that Adam Nehemiah stands for. He says, though the darky had no scars or marks of punishment except on her rump and the inside of her flanks, places only the most careful buyer was likely to inspect these, bespoke a history of misconduct. 6. Copious notes seem to be the order of the day, and I will cull what information I can from them. I have at present no clear outline for the book, nor yet what I shall do with the darkest story, but I have settled upon the roots. Shirley and Williams's Desarose 221. Of rebellion in the slave population and some means of eradicating them as a compelling short title. 7. Adam Nehemiah's words illustrate how historical writing can be an ideological exercise. In this case, such an exercise allows the historian selectively to use and then to negate his primary source. Adam Nehemiah wants to place Desarose into a historical text and circumscribe her story before she is executed. Desarose's only value to him is merely to provide scientific validity to his historical research. He does not acknowledge the story of pain that is inscribed on Desarose's private parts and cruelly misreads her scars as a sign of misconduct. To Adam Nehemiah's demeaning and reductive written discourse, Desarose opposes the power of oral resistance. I kill white men's, her voice overrode mine, as though she had not heard me speak. I kill white men's cause the same reason Massa kill Cain. Cause I can aid. She is able to say this to Nehemiah while in prison awaiting the birth of her child and her execution. Recalling her past empowers her to voice a tale of resistance. And indeed her story overwhelms Adam Nehemiah, the historian in charge of transforming it into a repressive mainstream bestseller and history book. Desarose represents a threat. She has killed white men, and through restating it to Adam Nehemiah's face she literally reenacts the transgressive act. Through her will to remember she rebels against authority and institutional history. Williams unmistakably makes Adam Nehemiah appear as the embodiment of law, history, and intellectual discourse. His first name, Adam, makes him the Adamic man, founder of the American institutions and of mankind. His last name, Nehemiah, may be a reference to a 19th-century preacher called Adam Nehemiah. He was a pro-slavery clergyman belonging to the Essex Street Church of Boston and published a book in favor of slavery entitled A South Side View of History, or 3 Months in the South in 1854. 9. In the novel the pen functions as an obvious phallic symbol. Nehemiah wants literally to lay Dessa down on paper. Adam Nehemiah's constant holding of this instrument exemplifies simultaneously the domineering power of male writing over other types of discourse or textuality and the sexual oppression of black women slaves. The Bible from which he reads to Desarose when they sit under the elm is, for example, another compelling sign of Adam Nehemiah's authoritative stance. His status as a historian is not unlike the slave traders. He does not sell slaves per se, he writes them down and sells them as books. Adam Nehemiah's previous work on slaves, ironically entitled The Guide, has brought him intellectual fame and money. For Adam Nehemiah, Desarose represents another opportunity to dispossess a darky of its tale and to record it in his journal in order to elaborate a master text on how to stifle the spirit of slave rebellion. Bringing slaves into the center of his discourse is, in fact, an oblique way to dismiss them and deny them any sense of identity and power. Undeniably, the history that Adam Nehemiah stands for is linked to the 222 politics of appropriation and control. His purpose is twofold: to construct dominant history and to profit from potential secrets Desarose may expose. Williams makes his purposes clear by emphasizing how Adam Nehemiah is interested simultaneously in writing history and in making money out of Des's tale. He couldn't bring himself to believe that Negroes actually had some means of preventing conception, yet he could not keep himself from speculating. The recipe for such a potion could be worth a small fortune, provided, of course, that one could hit upon some discreet means of selling it. 10. One could argue that Williams points to the ways in which capitalism may have shaped and limited the course and content of historical discourse. Adam Nehemiah's historical endeavor bears a sense of closure and containment. The sense of limitation is conveyed in the novel through the use of the journal. Desarose's voice is symbolically imprisoned, locked in Adam Nehemiah's journal. Its entries, with all their precise temporal and geographic indications, graphically represent boundaries that constrict Desarose's voice. After Des's escape, these boundaries collapse. In this respect, it is interesting to note that after Desarose has fled from the prison and from Adam Nehemiah's repressive text, the journal entries lose their accuracy. This indicates clearly that Nehemiah has lost his bearings and is symbolically defeated. Somewhere south and west of Linden. July 4, 1947. Early morning. 11. The conflict between Desarose and Adam Nehemiah also discloses a dichotomy between orality and writing, between vernacular and institutional language. A perpetual clash between Desarose's tale, grounded on things recalled, and the scientific facts so dear to Adam Nehemiah is conveyed throughout the novel. Desarose manages to weaken Adam Nehemiah's text from within through remembering and naming. Her oral profuse tale overwhelms the historian, making him unable to write it down in his diary. He hadn't caught every word. Often he had puzzled over long at some unfamiliar idiom or phrase, now and then losing the tale in the welter of names the Darky called. Yet the scene was vivid in his mind as he deciphered the Darky's account from his hastily scratched notes, and he reconstructed it in his journal as though he remembered it word for word. 12. The term reconstructs is important here, for it signifies the fallacy in Adam Nehemiah's supposedly scientific and objective writing stance. Moreover, it points to Williams's self-conscious act of rewriting the history of the black community. The author makes it very clear from the preceding quotation that Adam Nehemiah, the historian, cannot manipulate Desarose or her story. Williams skillfully contrasts Desarose's tendency to think in terms of personal names and Adam Nehemiah's cold categories: Darka, shed evil, virago, species, animal. As a result of his system, he cannot fully grasp the meaning of Desarose's intimate tale of remembrance and resistance. His written text stands in strong opposition to Des's scarred written body. Desarose's memories resist white male appropriation and tell a story. Shirley and Williams's Desarose 223 unaccommodating to Adam Nehemiah's alleged historical truth. In this respect, one could say that Desarose symbolizes a powerful Medusa that annihilates Adam Nehemiah. Mesmerized by the power of Des's tale, Nehemiah is kept from writing, or, he had sat, fascinated, forgetting to write. 13. Unlike Sethe in Toni Morrison's Beloved, 14, Desarose has a will to remember. In turn, this ability provides her with a narrative that she can use to mislead and control Adam Nehemiah. Desarose can, in many respects, be seen as the African-American trickster figure drawing on words to ensure her survival. Talking with the white man was a game, it marked time, and she dared a little with him, playing on words, lightly capping, as though he were no more than some darky bent on bandying words with a likely-looking gal. 15. Desarose deliberately talks Adam Nehemiah into listening to her own story, which, given his limitations of rhetoric and insight, he cannot capture in his diary. This example of signifying through remembrance represents one way in which Desarose can defy the authoritative interpretative stance of institutional history. Significantly, After Dessa Rose has heard a coded song which again Adam Nehemiah fails to understand, her voice literally escapes Adam Nehemiah's limiting text. Dessa joined in, suddenly jubilant, her voice floating out across the yard. Good news, Lord, Lord, good news. My sister got a seat and I so glad, I heard from heaven today. Good news, Lord, 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 good news. I don't mind what Satan say cause I heard, yes I heard, well I heard from heaven today. I listened and finally managed to catch the words something about the suffering of a poor sinner. This is the liveliest tune I have heard Odessa sing and I went round to her cellar window. 16 After hearing this song, Dessa Rose escapes from the prison house. Only by participating in the singing and understanding the hidden message of the song can she run away from the prison house of institutional history. Thus Dessa Rose's subversive power clearly derives from an oral tradition and a shared black cultural heritage. The plantation of Mrs. Riffle marks the next space where Dessa Rose is able to express her will to remember. The house stands apart from the slave system. Attempts to grow cotton, a cogent sign of slavery, have failed there. This symbolically tells that Dessa Rose should go to such a place after her escape from the prison. For the first time in her life, Dessa Rose goes into the heart of the big house. This gesture can be seen as another subversive act on her part, even though she resents being in the house and having to share a bedroom and a bed with Mrs. Riffle. Although the two women are unaware of it, a mood of solidarity pervades the beginning of the wench. Both women are new mothers, and it is interesting to note that Mrs. Riffle 224. The white woman, nurses Dessa Rose's infant. Obviously, Williams's purpose here is to counter the enduring image of the black mammy feeding white babies which has been so popular in American literature and history. At one point Dessa Rose's thoughts literally entwine with Mrs. Riffle's words about a cherished past where Dorcas, her black mammy, was still alive. Paradoxically, it is through the semblance of sharing that Dessa Rose is driven to the verbal outburst which represents a turning point in her way to self-definition. Mammy, a recurring memory in both women's minds, organizes their respective articulations of their past. Dessa Rose's anger breaks out because she refuses to be dispossessed of her repository mammy by Mrs. Riffle. The two women are not talking about the same woman, but Mrs. Riffle's excessive use of the generic name mammy to designate her dead nurse creates the misunderstanding and brings about the confrontation. Dessa Rose's voice goes unleashed, and she cries mammy's story and genealogy to Mrs. Riffle. Wasn't no mammy to it? The words burst from Dessa. The words exploded inside Dessa. Your mammy. You ain't got no mammy. Remembering the names now the way mammy used to tell them, lest they forget she would say, lest her poor children die to living memory as they had in her world. 17. Dessa Rose's cathartic crisis connotes giving birth. It is a very painful search within herself to revive mammy, her Tenchiren, and the past of her community. Through this naming and telling, Dessa Rose reenacts mammy's giving birth to her dead children. Only by going back to mammy and establishing her as a Luda memoir can Dessa Rose gain power and authority to rebel against Ms. Riffle, who, earlier in the novel, assumes that mammy is outside history anyway. The pretty clothes, well, I know mammy didn't know a thing about history, but I know she was right about clothes. 18. Dessa Rose's outburst helps her reclaim legitimacy for mammy and her people, identity and space in a history where slaves have been written off. Another interpretation could be to see it as a tale which deconstructs some of the enduring stereotypes of black mammies that white society has enjoyed imposing on black women. For Dessa Rose, mammy stands for a cultural repository that must be defended at all costs. The image of hair care associated with mammy throughout the novel is essential. Braiding enhances the idea of kinship and linkage, but it may also be read as a way of providing the missing text black women slaves needed to write their stories and perpetuate familial and communal ties. This was one way we told who they peoples was, by how their hair was combed. Mammy cornrowed our hair. This is where I learned to listen right between mammy's thighs, where I first learned how to speak, from listening at grown people talk. 19. Hair care provides an alternative intimate space in which to inscribe cultural identity and memory. Significantly enough, at the end of the novel Desirose is an aged grandmother doing her grandchildren's hair while telling them the story of her life. At the close of the novel, braiding thus becomes the necessary medium through which to tell tales suppressed by Shirley Ann Williams's Desirose 225 dominant discourse. Eventually, Nehemiah's official written text is displaced by this other women's text and Desirose can eventually pass on and write her tale of resistance. This why I have it wrote down, why I has the child say it back. I never will forget Nemi trying to read me, knowing I had put myself in his hands 20. The prologue and the epilogue surrounding the novel are told from Desirose's perspective, both focus on her dreams of the past and her expectations of the future. Graphically, then, Desirose encircles the narrative, showing her full control over her tale. Setting Desirose as the main narrator of the prologue and the epilogue shows not only her narrative authority in the novel, it is also Williams's strategy to undermine the conventions ruling traditional slave autobiographies. In this respect, it is interesting to consider Robert Steptoe's critical formulation. In their most elementary form, slave narratives are, however, full of other voices that are frequently just as responsible for articulating a narrative's tale and strategy. These other voices may be those of various characters in the story, but mainly they are those found in the appended documents written by slaveholders and abolitionists alike. Their primary function is, of course, to authenticate the former slave account. In doing so, they are at least partially responsible for the narrative being accepted as historical evidence. 21. By framing her polyphonic novel with Desirose's voice only, Williams goes against such official voices that were entitled to legitimize slave narratives. The centrality of Desirose's voice in the prologue and the epilogue shows that Williams grants the slave woman narrative authority over the whole tale. Williams consequently dismisses the legitimizing power of official discourses. First imprisoned in Nehemiah's written text, Desirose manages in the course of the narrative to escape his limiting text and to become, in the last part of the novel, the controlling first-person narrator. At the end of the novel, Desirose has completed her trip. She has journeyed to the West and obtained her freedom and voice. Remembering has helped her to become the author of her own her story. At last she is able to tell her whole name. Well, if it come to that, I told her, my name is Desirose. 22. Ironically, while in the course of the novel Desirose has expanded, Adam Nehemiah has dramatically shrunk. By the end, his name is reduced to a Mr. Nemi. Preventing Nemi from completing his book is Desirose's ultimate victory over him. Nemi's last exit is that of a little man wearing worn clothes and gesticulating with a notebook full of blank pages. Despite his frightful statement, I know it's her, Nemi say. One got her down here in my book. 23. Nemi's discourse no longer has the capacity to contain Desirose. In defeating Nemi, Desirose not only gains freedom and voice, one could argue that she also gets access to publishing space to tell her story in her own words. It is no coincidence, indeed, that Nemi's publisher is called Browning Norton. 24. Desirose has not only developed as the master of her own tale. 226. History and memory in African American culture. But she has deconstructed the authoritative power of institutional history. Perhaps even more, she has obtained space and power to tell the missing stories of the United States. Desirose vividly raises the issue of historical interpretation. It exemplifies the ways in which historical constructions are deeply embedded in dominant ideologies and work as instruments of power. In the final analysis, could not Desirose be seen as the modern historiographer revising and subverting the institutional historical constructs? By inserting in her story the personal memories, names, and stones that have been excluded or misnamed, Desirose manages to break through and to create a space for herself and her people, and it is she who achieves authority. 25. 15. Art history and black memory. Toward a blues aesthetic. Richard J. Powell. Although many African American artists have been the subjects of general art histories and art biographies, the actual works themselves have more or less been relegated to a position of illustrating that history rather than being central to it. Questions regarding the existence of a unique school or style of African American art and the recognizable traits and relationships of such to African and Western art traditions are frequently addressed, yet to a great extent they are still left unanswered. One, contemporary efforts by scholars and critics to define an African American, or Black aesthetic have resulted in no clear consensus of meaning or value. Many have completely rejected the notion of an African American aesthetic, and argue that it is impossible to distinguish common characteristics among the works of African American artists. 2. On the other hand, when preconceived notions about the art of African Americans are shattered by artists working in widely employed modes of Western modernism and postmodernism, confusion among the critical rank and file sets in. 3. Among the many false assumptions implicit in these arguments concerning African American art are the misconceptions that so-called Western modes of modern and contemporary art making are essentially European in origin, and the term African American art presupposes that all Black artists would be creating in that mode. Tripped by these fallacies, those purporting to define African American art offer an empty term. Its use as a tool of visual segregation attests to its hollowness. 4. Not surprisingly, others suggest that the term African American art is largely a byproduct of the political climate of the late 1960s and early 1970s, and that it has very little to do with aesthetic issues. 5. Certainly, the countless printed arguments addressing group shows by Black artists underscore this point of view. Nevertheless, in the midst of critical impasses, accusations, and counter-accusations, the ultimate question which comes to the surface is the applicability of so-called white European aesthetic standards and alleged established values to African American art. But because of the aroused passion surrounding the notion of the all-Black show and the absence of a 228,229 comprehensive and practical definition for Black art, one is left with an almost totally ineffectual body of art commentary, deficient in the kind of scholarly depth and analytic breadth that is endemic to the critical genre. 6. Even when scholars have acknowledged the presence of an African American aesthetic, it is almost always seen as synonymous with a social realist style, or with what is described by some as nationalistic and didactic art. 7. Although this emphasis on an object's content and socio-political import seen in the works of both Black and white artists is now receiving a much warmer reception than it did a decade ago, focusing on it alone often obscures the formal issues which concern so many African American artists. Furthermore, when one sees the African American aesthetic as limited to realistic works which rely strongly upon social and political messages for their appreciation, other works which stretch one's capacity to read a meaning are somehow placed outside of this African American sphere, regardless of the attitudes underlying them. 8. One of the first scholars to grapple with this notion of a racial idiom in art was Alain Locke. In writings as early as 1924, this Rhodes scholar and Howard University professor of philosophy expressed his hopes for an African American art that would seek visual nourishment from its legacy both remembered and recollected of African ancestral arts. Along with the visual impetus from Africa, it was Locke's expectation that a new technique, enlightening and interpretative revelations of feeling and a lessening of that timid imitativeness would enter into the African American artist's repertoire, triggering fresher and bolder forms of artistic expression. 9. These ideas, which seem fundamental to the formulation of an African American aesthetic, reverberated throughout the remainder of the 20th century, all the while laying down additional groundwork for future discussions. In the 1980 exhibition catalogue Romari Berden, 1970–1980 published for the Mint Museum in Charlotte, North Carolina, one encounters several critical essays that fulfill Locke's 1924 prescription for fresher, more empathetic inquiries into an African American cultural psyche. 10. In that catalogue, Albert Murray and Dory Ashton explore Bearden's art in its aesthetic totality, paying particular attention to Bearden's place in modern art history and to his collaged glorification of childhood memories, human rituals, and the African American landscape. In their descriptions, Murray and Ashton adjust their critical antennae not just to the obvious parallels with Western European art but to the equally apparent, but rarely articulated, connections with black culture. It is in their careful appropriation of a language that their critical faculties emerge as a possible gauge for subsequent critiques of selected African American artworks. One finds especially in Albert Murray's essay a plausible and pliant equation in his discussion of Romare Bearden's style and the aesthetic pull of black music. That blues timbres, down-home onomatopoeia, urban dissonance, and cacophony 11 can be seen as musical counterparts to the high-effect colors, improvisational patterning, and perspectival distortions of Aaron Douglas, Crucifixion, 1927. Oil on Board, 48x36. Private collection of Drs. Camille and William Cosby. 230. Aaron Douglas, Aspects of Negro Life, Song of the Towers, 1934. Oil on Canvas, 9x9. Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture, Art and Artifacts Division, the New York Public Library, Astor, Lenox, and Tilden Foundations. 231. Allison Sarr, Blue Boy, 1986. Tin, Copper, and Linoleum, 34x18. Collection of Richard and Jan Baum. 232. Romare Bearden, A Walk in Paradise Gardens, 1955. Oil on Canvas, 27x23W. Museum of African American Art, Tampa, Florida. 233. Romare Bearden, Carolina Shout, 1974. Collage with acrylic and lacquer on board, 37.6x51. Mint Museum of Art, Charlotte, North Carolina. Museum purchase, National Endowment for the Arts Matching Fund and the Charlotte Debutante Club Fund. 234. Algier Cortaire, Room No. 6, c. 1946-49. Oil on Gesso on board, 31v2x42. Private collection, New York, New York. 235. 236. Bearden's art suggests ways of seeing other works of art, and may even have the potential of defining the contours of a larger aesthetic. In Bearden's work, in other words, black music functions as a powerful inspiration and lieu de mémoire. The early career of African American painter Aaron Douglas illustrates this black art/black music connection. Douglas's aesthetic values consciously shifted from a Western European and academic mode to what he described in the mid-1920s as a mode negotiating the spaces between African American music, memory, and visual art. 12 After completing his studies at the universities of Nebraska and Kansas, and after several years of teaching art in an all-black high school in Kansas City, Douglas moved to New York City. Upon his arrival in 1925, Douglas worked for a brief period in the stockrooms of the NAACP's official magazine, The Crisis. From 1925 through 1927, Douglas took art lessons from Winold Rice, a German painter and graphic designer, who himself was a student of American Indian art and Old and New World racial types 13. It was primarily through Rice's encouragement that Douglas embarked on an African American influenced painting style that was destined to become his signature style in murals and book designs. In later years Douglas discussed his initial doubts about Winold Rice's insistence that in order to explore that inner thing of blackness, he would have to visit the museums and galleries that had African art on display. I clearly recall his The Sounds and Vocal Patterns of Negro Song 15. Aaron Douglas's Crucifixion, a 1927 illustration from James Weldon Johnson's God's Trombones, is a good example of how one formal quality of African American musical expression, a tendency toward polyphonies and polymetrics, is visually achieved. 16 Douglas's depictions of Jesus Christ, the Roman soldiers, and the cross are reduced to a succession of silhouetted shades of purple and lavender, and illusionistically overlaid with diagonal and concentric bands of lighter tones. This composition, with the overlaid circles and diagonal band of contrasting values, creates a complex work in spite the simplicity of the silhouetted forms. Along with Douglas's intentional fragmenting of this biblical scene, an oral quality is evoked by his use of tonal gradations. From the sun-like core containing Christ to the surrounding fragments of light which get gradually darker and darker as they emanate from the haloed figure, the multivalenced facets of crucifixion recall the layers of sound in traditional black church services. A turn-of-the-century visitor to Little St. John's in South Carolina gives his musical impressions from a black revival service and, in doing so, expresses some of the same characteristics that Aaron Douglas's crucifixion displays. The blending was close, the effect rich and full, the passionate, dramatic melody now and then rising in a rush of sound into the harmony of some strange, chromatic, accidental chord. Individual voices were distinguished. All feeling, as if without knowledge or intent, for that vibrating sense which attests perfect harmony, or for that unjarring flow of perfect unison. Some were singing antiphonally, using indifferently and irrelevantly harmonies of the third, fifth, or sixth, producing odd accidental concords of sound, strange chromatic groups of semitones, and irregular intervals. 17. This language mixes musical terminology with visual allusions, thus suggesting, at least in the mind of this visiting commentator, a kind of sensory glide in the music's effect. The preacher's sermon, the deacon's response, the congregation's vocal acknowledgement, and the simultaneous singing, calling out, screaming, crying, moaning, clapping, and foot-patting from various church members are akin to the visual feasting and layering of compositional elements of crucifixion and, as suggested in a survey of other 20th-century African-American inspired creations, the works of many other artists as well. 18. Another painting by Douglas that also takes its cues from a multisensorial, rhythmic, and recollected impulse is Song of the Towers. One of the four-panel paintings collectively called Aspects of Negro Life that Douglas created in 1934 for the 135th Street branch of the New York Public Library, Song of the Towers was described by the artist in the following manner. 238. A great migration, away from the clutching hand of serfdom in the South to the urban industrialized life in America, began during the First World War. And with it there was born the creative self-expression which quickly grew into the new Negro movement of the 20s. At its peak, the Depression brought confusion, dejection, and frustration. 19. Perhaps more than previous works by Douglas, Song of the Towers represents a major departure from his more orchestrated, romantic depictions of modern black life. 20. Here, a gigantic cogwheel, skyscrapers, and the burning smokestacks of urban industrialization are shown off-kilter, pulling his figural elements and one's perceptions of the scene into a kind of spatial ambiguity. Although Douglas's architectural and human silhouettes in Song of the Towers are similar to previous examples, the multiple themes in this latter work, migration, escapism, urban industrialization, creative self-expression, confusion, and dejection, along with the slanting and swaying scenery, bring it into a category entirely unto itself. Without question, the three core images in Douglas's Song of the Towers, a silhouette of a man shown ragged, running on a cogwheel, and carrying a suitcase, another man shown standing at the top of the cogwheel and holding up a saxophone, and a third man shown in repose and dazed, are visual representations of the black music and culture of that era. This pack my bags and make my getaway theme, although based on the actual black migration experience, can be found as well in 1930s black music, and in Depression-era black literature. The section of the painting that best visualizes Douglas's notion of creative self-expression is the silhouette of the man holding a saxophone. As art historian Robert Ferris Thompson has pointed out in his study of Congo-influenced cultures in the Black Americas, the ecstatic, arm-raised gesture is an answer to the challenge of the crossroads, to the presence of death, to the proximity of God. 21. Fusing the metaphysical import of this gesture with the creative connotations of the saxophone, Douglas conveys a shared message here about musical and spiritual upliftment. The concentric circles in Song of the Towers, like those in Crucifixion and other works by Douglas, act as a kind of zoom lens, taking the viewer into the center of painted matters, so to speak. From a core which includes the man, his saxophone, and the Statue of Liberty, one could conclude that one of the painting's primary themes is the musical and cultural contributions of blacks to America. The confusion, dejection, and frustration that Douglas referred to in his written description of Song of the Towers is no doubt represented by the figure in the lower left corner of the canvas. Appearing disoriented and somewhat oblivious to all that surrounds him, this figure is a kind of painted incarnation of the Depression, as well as a figural evocation of the lowly blues, that 239 component of the music and culture which is about failure and tragedy. Above his head is a skeletal hand which, like the dance of death cycles in 16th-century European art, is a convoy to the other side of Douglas's cogwheel of life and death. On a more formal level, Song of the Towers can be seen as a blues idiom artwork in terms of Aaron Douglas's overall stylistic approach. The layering of a pure abstraction over a representational scene is not unlike a similar phenomenon in black music, where an improvised solo rides over a fixed melodic composition. 22 In both cases, the artist must be aware of the standard version in order to make non-standard changes or additions. The key difference, of course, is that in the performed context, several musicians contribute to a final product, whereas in Douglas's painting, he is the rhythm section, the chorus, the soloist, the composer, and the conductor. The collection of creative ingredients that constitute the bands of Fletcher Henderson, Duke Ellington, and Count Basie is transposed here to the world of painting through what art historian David C. Driscoll has referred to in Douglas's murals as an intriguing blend of abstract construction with objective perception. 23. The formal complexities of classic African American painting and in the sounds flowing from African American music are also expressed in the multilayered sensibilities of the black folk aesthetic. Writing in the early 1930s, novelist and folklorist Zora Neale Hurston described this design attitude in African American homes during the early years of the Depression. On the walls of the homes of the average Negro one always finds a glut of gaudy calendars, wall pockets, and advertising lithography. I saw in Mobile, Alabama a room in which the walls were gaily papered with Sunday supplements of the Mobile Register. There were 7 calendars and 3 wall pockets. One of them was decorated with a lace doily. The mantel shelf was covered with a scarf of deep, homemade lace, looped up with a huge bow of pink crepe paper. Over the door was a huge lithograph showing the Treaty of Versailles being signed with a Waterman fountain pen. It was grotesque, yes. But it indicated the desire for beauty. And decorating a decoration, as in the case of the doily on the gaudy wall pocket, did not seem out of place to the hostess. The feeling back of such an act is that there can never be enough beauty, let alone too much. 24 Hurston's description of this African American will to adorn, through a kind of collage sensibility, bears a striking resemblance to the layered images of Douglas and to a whole world of African American mixed media, assemblage, and collage artists. From the assembly of objects found on graves black and white in the African American influenced southern United States to the newspaper-lined walls in the homes of poor, rural black folk, this persistently rhythmic and unabashedly folkloric impulse cuts across time and through the minds and imaginations of innumerable people who identify with the African American tradition. 25 It was this engagement with cultural memory via the innovations of artists like Aaron Douglas and Hurston's Anonymous, Mobile, Alabama. 240. Assemblages that propelled an artist like Romare Bearden to embrace a style in the early 60s that Albert Murray described as being conditioned by the blues idiom in general and jazz musicianship in particular. 26. In a 1964 interview, Bearden spoke about his transition from being a non-figurative, abstract painter to being a culturally grounded and rhythmically oriented collagist. I felt that the Negro was becoming too much of an abstraction, rather than the reality that art can give a subject. What I've attempted to do is establish a world in which the validity of my Negro experience could live and make its own logic. 27. For Romare Bearden, this excavating of the Negro experience necessitated a departure from the non-figural and non-textual constructs of his paintings of the 50s and a movement instead toward an art of pieced and patched realities. 28. With an approach that combined cut and torn photographs from illustrated magazines, presented Aaron Douglas's silhouette within a new, vigorous context, and rearranged these odd scraps of colored paper, bits and pieces of human parts, sculptural segments, and slices of nature into a loosely structured narrative. Bearden invested black imagery with a sense of newness and energy which really hadn't been transmitted in American art since the late 40s. Appropriately, the public's response to these new, fusion works by Bearden was one which recognized both the dreamy, fictive qualities in his imagery and the real, documentary aspect of his work. Dorrie Ashton made note of this peculiar dichotomy in perception in 1964, although Bearden's stress is insistently on art, it is in the artlessness of the real that the power of these photomontages lies. The times and places he depicts are unmistakable, no matter how much regulated by his plastic manipulations. In this sense, Bearden's photomontages may be compared with the best film documentaries which, through their uncompromising severity, their strict adherence to visual fact, transcend reportage and become art. Depth of feeling and discipline are the keys. 29. One might add to Ashton's assessment that in works like Carolina's Shout, Bearden recognized the artistic potential and validating power of African American life and music. By donning the mantle of a cultural rememberer or, in the parlance of African peoples of the Western Sudan, a griot, Bearden, like Algiers Cortè's folk interior in the 1947 painting Americana, turned old gazettes and newspapers into something timeless, expressive, and real. Bearden's career-long search for an African-American reality through art is in some ways echoed in a statement made by artist Aaron Douglas over 60 years ago. Writing to the poet Langston Hughes, Douglas set forth the following strategy for creating an authentic Negro art: "Your problem, Langston, my problem, no, our problem is to conceive, develop, establish an art era. Not white art painted black. No, let's bare our arms and plunge them deep through laughter, through pain, through sorrow, through hope, through disappointment, into the very depths of the souls of our people and drag forth material crude, rough, neglected." Then 241. Let's sing it, dance it, write it, paint it. Let's do the impossible. Let's create something transcendentally material, mystically objective. Earthy. Spiritually earthy. Dynamic. 30. Though couched in the romantically imagistic language of a young artist, Douglas's strategy for establishing his very own art era was predicated, like Bearden's aesthetic experiments of 40 years later, on a thorough excavation of African American history and memory. What Douglas sought to tap was a reality that was often raw, unpolished, and marginalized. A reality that was variegated and multifaceted in character. A reality that could be both spiritual and material. A reality that, if we had to come up with a metaphor for all of the above, would be embodied in cultural expression like the blues. Surely, in an effort to define African American art and/or culture, scholars should acknowledge this thematic and expressive vein within the production of selected, 20th-century works which, by virtue of their respective artists, have a predetermined, conscious basis in a mystically objective African American reality such as in the blues. The rifts in art and time that are created by generation after generation of African American artists bring to mind the declaration of Amiri Baraka that all styles are epochs. They come again and again. What is was, and so forth. 31. One might also add to the statement that because styles are cyclical like the seasons, they are ultimately revolutionary and redemptive. The blues, as the delta of 20th-century African American culture, spawns inlets of style that color a vast and gray ocean of tradition. From the anonymous songsters of the late 19th century who sang about hard labor and unattainable love, to contemporary rappers blasting the airwaves with percussive and danceable testimonies, the blues is an affecting, memory-induced presence that endures in every artistic overture made toward African American peoples. 16. On Burke and the Vernacular, Ralph Ellison's Boomerang of History. Robert G. O'Meally. Perhaps if we learn more of what has happened and why it happened, we'll learn more of who we really are. And perhaps if we learn more about our unwritten history, we won't be so vulnerable to the capriciousness of events as we are today. and in the process of becoming more aware of ourselves we will recognize that one of the functions of our vernacular culture is that of preparing for the emergence of the unexpected, whether it takes the form of the disastrous or the marvelous. Ralph Ellison, Going to the Territory Boomerang, N1. When thrown it may be made to describe remarkable curves, especially that in which, starting nearly horizontally, it soon curves upward, and returning, falls near the starting point. The returning boomerang is regarded as a toy or plaything. The heavier kind, called war boomerang, does not return. 2. A means to an end, especially an unworthy one, which reacts to the damage of its user. Webster's New International Dictionary, 2nd CD. History, says Ralph Ellison's Invisible Man, moves not like an arrow but like a boomerang. Anyone who declares history a spiral, he warns, is preparing a boomerang. Keep a steel helmet handy. 1. The history Invisible Man sees has been thrown down not by God or gods but by human hands. It circles, it rises, it dips and rears, it attacks. It's a sports toy, it's a weapon, it's a metaphor for action that is self-defeating. As the wielder of such a figure of speech, Ellison's critique is not only of a vulgarly Marxian concept of history, one persistent theme of the novel, but of any deterministic or easy schematic tracing of history. History swoops. It boomerangs. Here I define the word history as Kenneth Burke does, as the flow of experience or even the world too. For both Ellison and Burke, who is an 245 extremely significant intellectual influence on Ellison, the world is too full of unexpectedness to be reduced to a formula, whether aerostraight or coolly cycling. Erratic in its shiftings, not just upward and downward but crabways and crossways. 3. Its changes can occur in any time frame or space. One way of reading Invisible Man is as a novel in which the boomerangs of history are ever whirling down on the protagonist's naive head. Eventually the encounters with boomeranging history bop him toward deeper personal and cultural awareness. I have been boomeranged across my head so much, he reports, that I now can see the darkness of lightness. 4. My thesis is that more than any other form of human expression, art communicates the excitement as well as the treacherous unpredictability of history's flights. Further, that particularly in an American context, vernacular art and artifacts convey this fast-changing and invisible history. They tell aspects of the American experience that do not get told in any other way, and that perhaps cannot be told in any other way. It's Burke who makes the key point that aside from its value as entertainment and escape, art offers people what he says language in general offers, namely, equipment for living. 5. Through encounters with the vernacular, Americans are steadied for the surprises, either the disastrous or the marvelous, that life in the United States offers in such abundance. The boomerangs of American history. It is in this crucial sense that vernacular expression may be described as a ludo-memoir, that which induces a reappraisal of one's place and circumstances, a remaking of the official calendar, a reconsideration of the past, the given histories. That which inspires the conscious, critical rethinking of attitudes toward history and memory. If a ludo-memoir may be defined as a site of memory, the vernacular is a monumentally significant American ludo-memoir. 6. Burke's systems suggest useful ways of reading both vernacular art and the part it plays in American life. In the shortest conceivable summary of the aesthetics, according to Burke, the leading point to make is that he views both history and artistic expression in dramatic or dramatistic terms. All the world is not a stage, he says. Still, one is hard put to specify precisely how it is not a stage. In a watershed essay, he examines Hitler's World War II motives as part of a dark drama involving sexual symbolism and rituals of sacrificial death. 7. In turn he considers Ode on a Grecian urn as an action that enables further reenaction. 8. Thus the world of war and politics is an unfolding poetic drama, and the poem, too, is a field of action. To make the latter point plain, Burke declares that to make words is to take action in the world, that language is symbolic action. 9. More than just a mental and emotional readying for action, literature presents its audience with specific inducements to act in certain ways, It advertises a stance toward Rottenness in varied Denmarks. Burke, to make art or to be moved by it equals to act. No wonder when Ellison's Invisible Man remembers hearing Louis Armstrong's horn he thinks, this familiar music had demanded action 10. 246. For the Burkean observer, evaluating life's or literature's dramatic action means considering not just isolated acts by themselves but acts in the context of 5 indispensable terms, the action itself as well as the actor, purpose, agency, and scene. 11. In other words, to analyze motive, the trained observer asks these 5 questions: who did what, why, how, where. To analyze Black Lieu memoir with Burkean fullness is to ask not one question but an interlocking quintet of questions. Any student of Ralph Ellison quickly learns that these questions have been of continuing importance to his own sense of an action's meaning, either in history or in art. On the question of an action's locale, the key question for those concerned with lieu de mémoire, Ellison has often warned sternly that observers typically have held too simplistic an idea of the African American scene. The impulse has been to reduce it to a spattering of social science numbers without considering the mazy poetics of the spaces themselves as their inhabitants know them. Take Harlem. It's too easy to forget the general Americanness of the black city within a city or, for that matter, its background Dutchness and Indianness. Too easy to forget the quick-changing history of that place and the varied histories of those who live there, many not just with Afro-Southern but with West Indian, Hispanic, or even Old New York backgrounds. Saying simply, I know a lot about her, she's from Harlem, one can flippantly underestimate this layered experience. For nearly 60 years, Ellison himself has lived in and near Harlem. So for him Harlem is more than just a place of the present as it now meets the eye, it is a place of history and long memory, a lieu de mémoire. He remembers when it was a glistening neighborhood of dreams, a glamorous place, a place where wonderful music existed and where there was a great tradition of Negro American style and elegance. 12. He now lives in Washington Heights, in Upper Manhattan at the edge of Harlem, in a neighborhood that is predominantly U.S. black but also significantly Latin American as well as Anglo. He also keeps a country home in the Berkshires and retains strong allegiances to Alabama, where he attended college and, most emphatically, to his birthplace of Oklahoma, to which he regularly returns and of which, he says, he often dreams. To the question "Where are you from?" Ellison might most quickly answer, Oklahoma. Is there any wonder that his sense of place and identity is an intricately involved one? Yet, figured in this way with the sense that setting mirrors history scene does tell much of the story. It is in this way that, as Ellison often says, geography is fate. In his essays Ellison often makes the point that Black American identity is too often reduced to a simplistic idea of scene, or it is flatly explained merely in terms of place, as if the lines and shadows of one's surroundings were everything. I am invisible, his novel's character says, understand, simply because people refuse to see me. Like the bodiless heads you see sometimes in circus sideshows, it is as though I have been surrounded by mirrors of hard, 247. Distorting glass. When they approach me they see only my surroundings, themselves, or figments of their imagination indeed, everything and anything except me. 13. Throughout his work Ellison plays with ironies concerning the who and the where of it all. To know who I am, Invisible Man discovers, I must know where I am. But if where is no easy question, it also cannot, as we have warned, be the only significant question. In an example often cited by Ellison, the tubercular slums of Oklahoma City were deadly in their squalor, but from them emerged the brilliant Charlie Christian, inventor of modern jazz guitar technique. It is here that the vital fine print of who, what, when, and how assert themselves against a quite unpromising where. Christian himself, says Ellison, was from a respectable family. For all its dilapidation, the wooden tenement where Christian lived was also alive and exciting, Ellison recalls, and I enjoyed visiting there, for the people both lived and sang the blues. And elsewhere Ellison asks this question about Christians' environs, and about this general issue of seen and self: how many geniuses do you get anywhere? 14. So let us not overplay this issue of seen, particularly when it is measured in discouraging numerical terms that can disguise the contour of a place's true possibilities. Then, too, lest we wax romantic about the poor black neighborhoods of our society, Ellison, the writer of the blues, also inserts these words about the place where Christian lived: nonetheless, it was doubtless here that he developed the tuberculosis from which he died. 15. Elaborating Burke's history as drama analogy, Ellison observes that such close-up details of the American setting and drama are often too troubling and challenging for Americans to face directly. So while we read and write official American histories, unrecorded or invisible histories also unfold. Perhaps, says Ellison, we possess two basic versions of American history, one which is written and as neatly stylized as ancient myth, and the other unwritten and chaotic and full of contradictions, changes of pace, and surprises as life itself. 16. And of course who tells the history is as important as the why, where, how and when of its telling. History, Invisible Man muses after Todd Clifton has been shot down, records the patterns of men's lives, they say, who slept with whom and with what results, who fought and who won and who lived to lie about it afterwards. All things, it is said, are duly recorded, all things of importance, that is. But not quite, for actually it is only the known, the seen, the heard, and only those events that the recorder regards as important that are put down. Those lies their keepers keep their power by. 17. And then concerning the murder, he wonders, where were the historians today? And how would they put it down? Much of the history of people like the novels Todd goes unseen, but that does not mean that the unseen is unreal or ineffectual. According to Ellison, there's no denying the fact that Americans can be notoriously selective in the exercise of historical memory. Surely there must be some self-deceptive magic in this, for in spite of what is left out of our recorded history, our 248 unwritten history looms as its obscure alter ego, and although repressed from our general knowledge of ourselves, it is always active in the shaping of events. Perhaps it is our need to avoid the discouraging facts of our experience that accounts for the contradiction between those details of our history which we choose to remember and those which we ignore or leave unstated. 18. Much that goes unstated in printed histories does get expressed in the fluid media of the vernacular. And what do I mean by the vernacular? 19. According to Webster's New International Dictionary, vernacular 1. Belonging to, developed in, and spoken or used by, the people of a particular place, region, or country, native, indigenous. 2. Characteristic of a locality, local. Relying on Ellison and John Cowenhoven, by vernacular I also refer to the dynamic processes and products of cultural interaction between more established conventions of expression and those which are more improvised and unself-conscious, and thus more unpretentiously American. In Ellison's words, the vernacular is a process in which the most refined styles from the past are continually merged with the play-it-by-ear improvisations which we invent in our efforts to control our environment and entertain ourselves. And this not only in language and literature, but in architecture and cuisine, in music, costume, and dance, and in tools and technology. In it the styles and techniques of the past are adjusted to the needs of the present, and in its integrative action the high styles of the past are democratized. From this perspective the vernacular is no less than the styles associated with aristocracy, a gesture toward perfection. 20. For Americans, says Ellison, the vernacular is our most characteristic style. By vernacular I do not mean only the unvarnished texts of transcribed song lyrics or folk stories. Here, as many students of culture have argued, performance is the thing. In this field there's nothing quite so misleading, for example, as a study of the blues which involves very specific musical structures as well as spare, evocative poetry and complicatedly layered rituals enacted most meaningfully at parties and public dances as if it consisted of nothing more than denotative words on a page. When I speak of the blues and other vernacular forms, I mean all of the vital aspects of the performance, including the interplay between performer and audience as well as the socio-economic and ritual settings in which performances take place. All are integrally linked to the meaning of vernacular expression. And it is important to know that concentrating on any one aspect of such performances again, for example, to blues lyrics alone leads to what Hemingway calls decadence, the reduction of something as magnificent as a bullfight to something more like butchery. Of something life-affirming like the blues to the sad sacking of a blue victim. Which of course can lead to a wretchedly mistaken notion both of who the African American really is and of what his or her history actually has meant. 249. Television, movie, and now video shows, as well as American barns, bridges, and railroad cars and the reaching, jagged lines along the improvised Manhattan skyline exemplify the relation between modern technological savvy and the American's playful hammering together of lines, blocks, and spheres. 21. All of these American vernacular forms have certain traits in common. Like so many American game sports, they may well be described as jazz-shaped. All involve U.S. changes and rhythmic swing as well as certain playfully improvisational aspects and ideals of spirited coordination. 22. Surely Cowen-Hoven is right to say that New York's definitive skyscrapers rise like jazz solos out of the steady backbeat-like grit of the city's streets. 23. And as in jazz, all of these forms place an insistent emphasis not so much on finished cultural products as on their processes. Witness again the Big Apple skyline, and, to choose unlikely seeming items from Cowen-Hoven's American vernacular list, chewing gum or comic books all typically refuse to conclude with anything like the grand sense of finality that one gets in classical tragedy, a European sonata, or a Gothic cathedral or, if you will, in a Sucto Nuts banquet. By contrast, the comic stories go on, book after book, indefinitely. Likewise, a skyscraper could be 5 or 10 stories taller or shorter, and aesthetically it would not matter much. What matters is that endless ascent of lines, the rocketing rise. A jazz piece usually has no rigidly set number of sections, the vamp may continue until it is virtually a piece unto itself, the choruses, solo breaks, and out-choruses may repeat until the bandleader, on a given night, calls a halt, which can come quite suddenly and, for that matter, may meld easily into the piece which comes after it, as if an entire evening's performance were one extended skyscraper with a variety of stories and styles blended into one. Played live, blues or jazz admits no such thing as a fixed or definitive version of a work. 24. Sometimes, as Billie Holiday once put it, I do a song a little bit slower, the next time it's a little bit brighter. It's according to how I feel. 25. Jazz, that incredible American product that ranges from the tragic to the comic, from slapstick to the heroic, but never entirely beyond the danceable, is a tremendously significant form of vernacular expression. I'd go so far as to name it the apotheosis of the American vernacular. 26. Yet, in part because of Americans' continuing reverence for European culture and in part because we can't face our history as encoded in its indigenous expressive forms, jazz and other American vernacular forms are still typically put aside as nothing serious. 27. This very mistreatment and indifference have been the vernacular's mixed blessing. We play it and play with it without the thou shalt nots that govern more formal or accepted art, which permits us to enjoy it and to take it in without the heavy self-consciousness sometimes associated with art. 28. How imposing can the study of jazz music be when even now the touchstone books of classic jazz solos are entitled fake books? Of course, the risk of this casually dismissive attitude is that we will ignore vernacular art's deepest significances. Those that spring from the works as aesthetic statements which at their best are dense with individual and group. 250. Experience, ringing with history. Consider black social dances, quilting, gospel music, rap music, or especially jazz. Again, these forms tell a history that is told in no other way. They reflect, symbolically, actions and attitudes as they have evolved through history. At their best, they embody attitudes having to do with resiliency, improvisation, confrontation, and the yearning for technical mastery and teamwork. 29 In this sense, what we put aside when we put aside the vernacular is the least old worldly part of ourselves as New World dwellers, precisely that part of our identity that defines us as Americans. As Romari Bearden saw, American experience is a patchwork of forms and colors, it is a collage. It is an improvised play it by eye and by ear expression, a jazz work. It is Bearden, too, who has observed that too often students who complain of too little high-quality American art simply have no idea where to look for it. In the 40s he would send such people to the Savoy Ballroom, he said, and ask them to consider the Lindy Hop, with its elaborate turns and twists, and with its imitation of Lindy's flight, reenacted with cool spirit by the dancers hopping over their partners' backs, African American art in motion. 30 Perhaps, wrote Ellison in 1942, the symmetrical frenzy of the Lindy Hop conceals clues to great potential power as an example of the black masses' unexamined incipient forms of action. 31. Nor is the vernacular a romanticized or ideological construct. Rather, it is the inversive and inventive edge of African American culture, constantly in search of newly turned forms. As Cornel West has suggested, it is constantly being co-opted by the culture at large. Consider traditional New Orleans music, swing, or even rap music, thus it is always in search of new forms that have not yet been absorbed. In this sense, U.S. black vernacular forms, as conservative as they can be, also are fueled by an aggressive impulse to change, not only to make it new but to make what they do uncopiably different. Classic vernacular forms like jazz music and jazz dance show their roots and also have this impulse to break away, to the tradition as they receive it they boldly turn this creative edge of new discovery. 32 Perhaps in part it is this impulse for survival by means of creating cultural forms that the white boys can't steal that accounts for so much of the African American sustained centuries of creativity on these shores. Repeatedly in Ellison's fiction, naive protagonists are put in touch with the surging power of American vernacular culture. In Flying Home, 33 a brilliant story presaging Invisible Man, wise Jefferson tells a tall tale that helps heal the greenhorn Todd's isolation and hubris as it helps provide him with a healthy attitude toward the troubles he must face. Jefferson grants Todd a vernacular perspective, as it were, teaching him that it's not enough to have mere aeronautical engineering and flyboy know-how, not enough to have an aeroline scientific view of the world. To survive, the young flyer learns, he must have something of the pragmatic vernacular training that Jefferson embodies, must have some of old Jeff's humor, intelligence, and the readiness for disciplined action under pressure. He needs what a blues-trained character in Invisible Man calls shit, grit, and motherwit. 34. Set during World War II, Flying Home depicts Todd, a black American 251 pilot in training who is counting on a change in the country's policy that has barred black airmen from flight duty overseas. While on a practice mission over Alabama, Todd is brought down to earth by distractions on the ground and by a collision with an embodiment of racist unpredictability and violence, a Jim Crow bird. It had been as though he had flown into a storm of blood and blackness. When Todd regains consciousness on the ground, he realizes that he has had a brush with death. He also sees that his attendant is elderly black Jefferson, who passes the time while help arrives by spinning Todd an old yarn, delivered in terms that are unmistakably African and American. It's like when I was up in heaven, Jefferson's story begins. It is the much collected story of the flying fool, the black angel who travels too fast for his own good. Who is caught flying up to the stars and diving down and zooming ruin the moon. Accidentally knocked the tips off of some stars and they tell me I caused a storm and a couple lynchings down here in Macon County. Not surprisingly, for asserting too much individual power the black angel is ejected from heaven, which turns out to be run less like the heaven of the Bible than like the Alabama of old. Peter does the job himself. Son, Jefferson tells Todd, I argued and pleaded with that old white man, but it didn't do a bit of good. They rushed me straight to them pearly gates and gimme a parachute and a map of the state of Alabama. One of the other angels breaks out laughing, so Jeff takes Peter up on his offer to say a last few words. Well, he tells him, you done took my wings. and you puttin' me out. You got charge of things so's I can't do nothin' about it? But you got to admit just this, while I was up here I was the flyinest sonofabitch whatever hit heaven. At first, Todd's reaction to the comical tale is to bristle defensively. Why do you laugh at me this way? He screams. Jefferson explains that he meant to do no such thing, and then warms up for more talk in the vernacular mode. What you was doin' flyin' over this section, son? Wasn't you scared they might shoot you for a cow? Suddenly the crash, the injury, and perhaps most importantly of all, the old man and his lie all release in Todd a constellation of remembrances of things past. The whole experience forces him to retrace the history of his motives for wanting to be a flyer. Todd tensed. Was he being laughed at again? But before he could decide, the pain shook him and a part of him was lying calmly behind the screen of pain that had fallen between them, recalling the first time he had ever seen a plane. It was as though an endless series of hangars had been shaken ajar in the air base of his memory, and from each, like a young wasp emerging from its cell, arose the memory of a plane. For our purposes, the main point here is that the vernacular tale is a memoir that helped spark Todd's memory, and that helped provide him with the psychic stance that he will need to survive Alabama of the 1940s and his own ambitions there. The oral literature has provided equipment for living. 252. Nor is it insignificant to the Ellison/Burke connection or to the vernacular as a memoir that the solution to Todd's problem turns out to involve, in a central way, comedy. Exemplifying the way to stay alive and still in some sense to be the very flyingest sonofabitch whatever hit heaven, Jefferson is a story maker in the comic vernacular mode. As such he has adopted what Burke calls the comic frame through which to evaluate his circumstances. The comic, says Burke, takes up the slack between the momentousness of the situation and the feebleness of those in the situation by dwarfing the situation. It converts downwards, as the heroic converts upwards. 35. For after all, he continues, humor specializes in incongruities, but by its trick of conversion downwards, by its stylistic ways of reassuring us by dwarfing the magnitude of obstacles or threats, it provides us relief in laughter. In sum, the comic frame will appear the most serviceable for the handling of human relationships. By astutely gauging situation and personal resources, it promotes the realistic sense of one's limitations. Yet the acceptance is not passive. 36. For when it comes to confronting the troubles of life with resiliency and flexibility, says Burke, the comic is the stratagem supreme. According to his idea of the comic perspective, one redefines blunders and disappointments as opportunities to grow. Laughing at one's predicaments, one is better able to confront them, to evaluate them, and to cope with them. The comic frame should enable people to be observers of themselves, while acting. Its ultimate would not be passiveness, but maximum consciousness. One would transcend himself by noting his own foibles. 37. Near the end of Flying Home, Ellison finds an image for this Burkean comic: objectivity, self-awareness, and control. Blinded by sweat and bent by the weight of the whole difficult day, Todd looks at Jefferson, who seems to hold in his hand a miniature version of himself. It was a little black man, another Jefferson. A little black Jefferson that shook with fits of belly laughter while the other Jefferson looked on with detachment. When Graves, the ominously named white man who owns the land, finally shows up, it turns out that he has come not to help Todd at all but to have him strapped in a straitjacket. You can't let the nigga get up that high without his going crazy, Graves says. Todd at last sees his impossibly nutty predicament from the saving comic angle. He is convulsed with laughter beyond his control. He thought he would never stop, he would laugh himself to death. The white man decides he won't straitjacket the young man. More than anything he wants this guffawing black eagle out of his sight. To complete the ritualized lesson, Todd is carried bodily from the field and thus is reintegrated in the world where human rates of speed and time are as important as those of airplanes. Taken away by Jefferson and by Jeff's son, Todd felt as though he had been lifted out of his isolation, back into the world of men. A new current of communication flowed between the man and boy and himself. He's learned to do more than just belly laugh, he's joined the group of vernacular-trained Americans who can cope with troubles and who can remain optimistic enough, as the expression goes, to keep on keeping on. Grounded, the flyer encounters comic tale and teller as Leo 253. The memoir that grant him a saving attitude toward the boomerang of history. In this story named for the famous jazz song, Flying Home, the youngster learns that to be a great solo flyer he must also be connected with others and mindful both of history's imposed limitations and of its invitations to soar. How are these terms involving vernacular culture, history, and memory evinced in Invisible Man? In the novel, there is another Todd, with the name spelled slightly differently but still suggestive of the German noun for death. Arguing in a brotherhood meeting over the meaning of the fatal shooting of this Todd, Invisible Man responds to a white know-it-all whose harshly authoritative tone is prompted by his having a black wife. What Invisible Man tells him is that there are areas of American experience that he knows too well to be tricked about even by those speaking sciences, even by those with primary sources at home. Signifying, Invisible Man tells him that to be in touch with what's happening in Harlem, he would have to spend time in vernacular spaces where the local people are talking as they do when no outsiders are around. Back talking in the vernacular mode, he says. Ask your wife to take you around to the gin mills and the barber shops and the juke joints and the churches, brother. Yes, and the beauty parlors on Saturdays when they're frying hair. A whole unrecorded history is spoken there, brother. You wouldn't believe it, but it's true. Tell her to take you to stand in the areaway of a cheap tenement at night and listen to what is said. Put her out on the corner, let her tell you what's being put down. You'll learn that a lot of people are angry because we failed to lead them in action. I'll stand on that as I stand on what I see and feel and on what I've heard, and what I know. 38. This short speech is a measure of the advancement in consciousness achieved by this young man who, like the protagonist of Flying Home, is undergoing a series of tests in the vernacular mode. Several of his earlier encounters have prepared him for the aggressively ironic attitude of his words, just quoted, for their sharp-edged comic frame. His encounters with Trueblood and Peter Wheatstraw, in particular, but also with Brother Tarp and Mary, all have provided him with the stuff of orientation and survival. 39. One of Invisible Man's most comprehensive lessons in what might be termed a dramatistic interpretation of the vernacular and its spaces as lieu de memoire comes somewhat before the moment described earlier, when he heads uptown immediately after the attack and death of Todd. Struggling to make meaning out of the Harlem youth leader's loss, Invisible Man notices three young men on the 42nd Street subway platform. Todd's wretched death and the encounter with the three on the platform trigger Invisible Man's memory. Both events cause great shifts in his perspective on the American drama. He wonders what the historians would have to say about a transitory figure like Todd. 254. What did they ever think of us transitory ones? Birds of passage who were too obscure for the learned classification, too silent for the most sensitive recorders of sound, of natures too ambiguous for the most ambiguous words, and too distant from the centers of historical decision to sign or even to applaud the signers of historical documents. We who write no novels, histories, or other books. What about us? Yes, I thought, what about those of us who shoot up from the south into the busy city like wild jacks in the box broken loose from our springs so sudden that our gait becomes like that of deep-sea divers suffering from the bends? Standing down in that underground railway space ready to head north, Invisible Man stands on a scene that is ringing with psychological and historical associations. No wonder he finds himself boomeranged into considering the crucial historiologic questions just quoted. That the novel's hero is literally waiting for a subway train associates his situation with that of Underground Railroad riders who traveled mainly by foot, as well as with those like Frederick Douglass who managed to head toward freedom by riding the rails. Especially for blacks in America, trains, be they blues trains or gospel trains, have been indelibly associated with escape and ascension beyond the troubles of the world toward heaven, or, if not heaven, then at least another town, maybe Chicago or New York, maybe just any place but here. Then, too, Invisible Man links being on board a train with being part of history. Here, to be part of history means being conscious or, literally, and also reflects the Malroxian idea that those who are part of history are those who play an assertive role in the tumultuous world of action around them. 40. Why, he wonders, had Todd chosen to step off the platform and fall beneath the train? Why did he choose to plunge into nothingness, into the void of faceless faces, of soundless voices, lying outside history? Considering the subway trio and others like them, Invisible Man thinks, they'd been there all along, but somehow I'd missed them. I'd missed them even when my work had been most successful. They were outside the groove of history, and it was my job to get them in, all of them. It was his job to get them into the groove, onto the train of history. Like Ellison the writer, his character wants to find a way to show how unseen black characters nonetheless play parts in the American scene and story that are utterly integral. Where they are left out, he wants to put them in. To get them in, he says, all of them. It is in this thickly charged underground scene of the novel's 20th chapter, this lieu de memoire, that Invisible Man first takes the measure of the three black youths who, if they themselves do not constitute a sort of lieu de memoire, certainly complete a deeply resonant milieu de memoire. Invisible Man studies their styles of presentation with Ellisonian attention to details of dress and personal culture. What's clear from the description is that they represent a shared sense not of pathology but of vital culture. It's as if they belonged to a secret society where the signs and symbols were in sight but nonetheless were known to members only. 255. Tall and slender, walking stiffly with swing shoulders in their well-pressed, too hot for summer suits, their collars high and tight and about their necks, their identical hats of black sheep felt upon the crowns of their heads with a severe formality above their hard conked hair. It was as thought I'd never seen their like before, walking slowly, their shoulders swaying, their legs swinging from their hips in trousers that ballooned upward from cuffs fitting snug about their ankles, their coats long and hip-tied with shoulders far too broad to be those of natural Western men. These fellows whose bodies seemed what had one of my teachers said of me, "You're like one of these African sculptures, distorted in the interest of a design." Well, what design and whose? Somehow the mystery of how to get them onto history's train is woven into the African American cultural signs and symbols they display. Waiting for the subway, they seemed to move like dancers in some kind of funeral ceremony, their heavy heel-plated shoes making a rhythmical tapping as they moved. Their shoulders rocking, their heavy heel plates clicking remote, cryptic messages in the brief silence of the train stop. And if they are some sort of dancers in some sort of ceremony, what can we make of the dance's meanings? Like classic tap dancers of the 40s, with their lightning and thunder syncopations, do they signal the end of an era and the beginning of something new, like bebop? 41. Does their muted but stylish presentation suggest a young Miles Davis-like coolness and reserve, an early 50s stance of control and expectancy just before the sweeping changes of the civil rights era began to explode? Echoing Shakespeare, the college boy asks, do they come to bury the others or to be entombed, to give life or to receive it? Or is the point that their styles of self-presentation suggest stances against chaos and like Jefferson's tale which prepared the young man for his meeting with grave's trouble even unto death? Funereal though they may be, the youngsters regard their surroundings, their scene, with a strong dose of humor. As they pass around a comic book that form, recall, that Cowan Hoven names as one of America's quintessentially vernacular ones, they silently communicate with one another with eyes full of irony. They don't just glance at the comic book, they study it, as Invisible Man observes, in complete absorption. Invisible Man notices a picture in one of the comic books held by one of the heel-plated Subway 3. It reminds him of Todd Clifton, whose blood, as he would later tell the crowd on the day of Todd's funeral, ran like blood in a comic book killing, on a comic book street in a comic book town on a comic book day in a comic book world. On this subject of comic books, Ellison later notes in an essay that when it comes to reflecting the thorniness or the effuniness of the American briar patch, many highly technical American novels have failed where comic books have succeeded. The reader who looks here for some acknowledgement of the turbulence he feels around him, says Ellison, would be better satisfied with a set of comic books 42. In 1986 Ellison wrote that to understand America, the United States of jokocracy, 43 one must realize that 256. American society contained a built-in joke. That the joke was in many ways central in our condition. So we welcomed any play on words or nuance of gesture which gave expression to our secret sense of the way things really were. Usually this took the comic mode, and it is quite possible that one reason the popular arts take on an added dimension in our democracy lies in an unspoken, though no less binding agreement that popular culture is not to be taken seriously. Thus the popular arts have become an agency through which Americans can contemplate those aspects of our experience that are deemed unspeakable. 44. In Flying Home and throughout his career Ellison repeatedly has presented the vernacular's secret wisdom in the form of a joke that is so well turned that it brilliantly sums things up and suggests a way to survive in a nation of jokers. As a student of American humor, Ellison pays homage to Burke, as we have noted. But he also shows his kinship with Constance Rourke, who says of American comic types, their comedy, their irreverent wisdom, their sudden changes and adroit adaptations, provided emblems for a pioneer people who required resilience as a prime trait. Comic triumph appeared in them all, the sense of triumph seemed a necessary mood in the new country. Laughter produced the illusion of leveling obstacles in a world which was full of unaccustomed obstacles. Laughter created ease, and even more, a sense of unity, among a people who were not yet a nation and who were seldom joined in stable communities. 45 On Invisible Man's underground platform this lewd memoir the protagonist is stunned into recalling certain heretofore hidden aspects of his past. Watching these young men moving silently through the subway crowd, these young guys who, in their cultural styles, clash so with those around them, he achieves a jolt in the form of what Burke calls perspective by incongruity, the heightened awareness that can come from suddenly witnessing people or objects paradoxically juxtaposed. 46 In his state of heightened perceptivity, Invisible Man sees that the three on the subway are figures of transition, latency, unfulfilled potentiality. 47 Not only are they small-town Southerners in the North's biggest city and black men in white America, they are youngsters from the underground world of America's vernacular culture. Their speech, manner, conked hair, tapping shoes, and comic books all associate them with a level of society that history has not adequately recorded. Like the novel's main man, they are invisible men. No wonder Invisible Man calls them men out of time, these characters from the interstices of their culture. Their laughter and speech are muted, their mask-like faces immobile. They speak a jived-up transitional language full of country glamour, think transitional thoughts, though perhaps they dream the same old ancient dreams. And what was Invisible Man's relation to these in-between figures? Perhaps an accident, he thinks, like Douglas. Perhaps each 100 years or so men like them, like me, appeared in society, drifting through, and yet by all historical logic I, should have disappeared round the first part of the 19th century, 257. Rationalized out of existence. Perhaps, like them, I was a throwback, a small distant meteorite that died several hundred years ago and now lived only by virtue of the light that speeds through space at too great a pace to realize that its source has become a piece of lead. Perhaps they were meant for Invisible Man somehow to reclaim for the train of history. Or, as Invisible Man says to himself in a spirited consideration that may comprise, in a novel full of revelations and momentous psychic changes, the most potent epiphany. Who knew but that they were the saviors, the true leaders, the bearers of something precious. The stewards of something uncomfortable, burdensome, which they hated because, living outside the realm of history, there was no one to applaud their value and they themselves failed to understand it. What if Brother Jack were wrong? What if history was a gambler, instead of a force in a laboratory experiment, and the boys his ace in the hole? What if history was not a reasonable citizen, but a madman full of paranoid guile and these boys his agents, his big surprise? His own revenge? For they were outside, in the dark with Sambo, the dancing paper doll, taking it on the longbow with my fallen brother, Todd Clifton, running and dodging the forces of history instead of making a dominating stand. What, in other words, if history were not a straight and narrow groove, suppose it were a boomerang? As Invisible Man emerges from the subway back onto 125th Street, the narrative's haunting soundtrack is supplied by the loudspeaker from a record store that was blaring a languid blues. Having been boomeranged by a headful of new insights, by perspectives, by incongruity, Invisible Man asks a question that is as pertinent for the three on the subway as it is for Todd or for himself. Was this all that would be recorded? Was this the only true history of the times, a mood blared by trumpets, trombones, saxophones and drums, a song with turgid, inadequate words? What he must face is that yes, although blues music is not the only history of the United States, it is a very vital one. Perhaps it is the most vital one. It's Ellison, remember, who in essay after essay has insisted that the blues may come closest to expressing Americans' sense of their comic/tragic predicament in a country full of the blues. If the sidewalk blues music seems too incidental or vague, then it is still true that, like the cultural signs of the boys on the subway with their ceremoniousness suggesting a death as well as the hope to prevail even in the face of death, with their sly humor suggesting that they are mockingly insightful as well as poised for action, the recording must be read with the most extreme care. In a sense it is the true history of the times, one of America's most dramatic forms of incipient action. It is obvious that the study of formally written accounts of our experience, of our history, can and do coax and surprise us Americans into a better understanding of the American drama. But like Ellison himself, his fiction's heroes are witnesses that we also are wise. 258. To study sources that are not written down, including the American drama itself, the metaphorically charged and layered scene through which we pass. And this particularly when we are aware that a scene can be both a forest of symbols and a powerful prompter of remembrance, a maker and shaper of the past, a lieu de mémoire. Any careful study of scene should recognize it as only one element in the Burkean pentad of key terms, each one touching all the others. And any full study of the American scene should take into account the enormity of the importance of the vernacular, those homespun and thus quintessentially American styles and products which thinkers from Emerson to Ellison have warned us to take more seriously. Both Invisible Man and Flying Home's Todd experience close encounters with the vernacular, and are forever changed. What they learn is not only that unpretentious American people and their well-tested stuff of everyday use, their blues, tales, dances, comics, their styles of dress, and, in the case of our subway boys, their very body language not only can make them remember their own boomeranging American histories. They also are reminded of the country's most flying democratic ideal: ordinary women and men are of transcendent value. If national salvation is possible at all, they are the ones to make it happen. 17. Le lieu de mémoire in African American women's autobiography. Nellie Y. McKay. In an interview in Time magazine in 1989, Toni Morrison described her then most recent novel, Beloved, in this way: I thought this has got to be the least read of all the books I'd written because it is about something that the characters don't want to remember. I don't want to remember, black people don't want to remember, white people don't want to remember. I mean, it's national amnesia too. The object of this wish for forgetfulness that Morrison explodes in her book is, of course, slavery, which she spells with a capital 5. However, she also noted that Beloved was not about the institution of slavery but about those anonymous people called slaves, those who endured even in the face of unbearable horror, and gained dignity by staying alive, and the others too, the 60 million who died, brutally and wantonly destroyed while in passage to America, the ones to whom she dedicates the novel. Beloved charges us that we must never forget to remember all of these people. In yet another interview, Morrison further explained the genesis of her masterpiece: there is no place you or I can go, to think about or not think about, to summon the presences of, or recollect the absences of slaves, nothing that reminds us of the ones who made the journey and of those who did not make it. There is no suitable memorial or plaque or wreath or wall or park or skyscraper lobby. There's no 300-foot tower. There's no small bench by the road. There is not even a tree scored, an initial that I can visit in Charleston or Savannah or New York or Providence or better still, on the banks of the Mississippi. And because such a place doesn't exist, the book had to 3. Beloved, perhaps the most widely read of Toni Morrison's novels, is a site of history and memory, that phrase used here in a somewhat loose English translation of French historian Pierre Nora's term lieu de mémoire. 4. Freed from a dictatorial history, which considered itself universal but represented only particular segments of memory, Nora tells us we have adopted lieu de mémoire. The quest of history and the privilege of authenticating memory now belong to everyone. As Nora describes his term, lieu de mémoire occur where memory crystallizes and secretes itself at a particular historical moment, a turning point where consciousness of a break with the past is bound up with the sense that memory has been torn, but torn in such a way as to pose the problem of the embodiment of memory in certain sites where a sense of historical continuity persists. 5. In other words, with the loss of the prior traditional structure of an all-encompassing history, there is now a wide separation between history and memory. Into this space Nora claims we have inserted lieu de mémoire, the result of a conviction that multiple histories and memories exist. For these we deliberately create archives, maintain anniversaries, organize celebrations, pronounce eulogies. Commemorative vigilance. 6. In the context of Nora's argument, as the characters in Beloved engage in the deliberate act of remembering, Toni Morrison recreates a lost history out of their memories of what no longer exists for them or for us, the culture of slavery. Her history is particularly significant for its attempt to probe the psychological meaning of slavery through the experiences of the slave. Although Morrison was absolutely correct in observing the absence of a single named wall or plaque or building or bench or tower as a national memorial to American slavery, in turning to African American culture we immediately identify many examples of lieu de mémoire. Excluded from the national history for almost 200 years, the descendants of Africans brought to this country in chains were forced to find other ways to construct an identity and preserve the memory of their lives and sufferings on this continent, and to recall who they were before slavery. These range from the academic, like the novelized versions of slavery, 7 to the communal, like Juneteenth and Kwanzaa celebrations. Names of places and people have always been among the most popular ways for African Americans to reconstruct their history and perpetuate the memories of who they were and are. For example, during the first 70 years or so following the Emancipation Proclamation, Lincoln's name appeared in many contexts within the black community. More recently, all across the country, street names like Martin Luther King, Jr., or Frederick Douglass, or Malcolm X boulevards are ongoing history lessons in memory for the inhabitants in these communities, while many African Americans have adopted or given African names to their children. W.E.B. Du Bois records one very significant lieu de mémoire in the autobiography, in which he tells of his Bantu female ancestor brought to America in the 18th century, who never became reconciled to this. 263. Strange Land. With her hands clasped around her knees, and refusing to be comforted, she rocked herself and crooned her despair. Although the words of her song were unintelligible to her American-born generations, they were never forgotten. Du Bois, too, learned them at his grandfather's fireside, and in the 10th decade of his life he included them in his narrative. 8. African American autobiography itself provides another important space to which we can turn in this quest for examples of the mechanisms at work in the creation of black history and cultural memory. 4. In a nation with as many varied group experiences as our own, history and memory can be rightfully understood only through our willingness to listen to the chorus of its multiple voices. And as Albert Stone so wisely commented, no mode of American expression seems to have more widely or subtly reflected the diversities of American experience or the richness of American memories and imaginations. 9. The contemporary African-American turn toward autobiographies as lieu-de-memoir began with the demand for Black studies programs in the educational curriculum in the 1960s and 1970s. In strident tones, Black intellectuals made claims for revisions of the history of American slavery, the remembering of then accepted history through re-examinations of the peculiar institution, and in the new history, prominently include the perspectives of those who understood it best, the slaves. Ignored by white scholars for 2 centuries, the slave narratives of the 18th and 19th centuries and the oral histories collected from still living slaves or their offspring in the early part of the century became primary source material for those revisions. Personal accounts of slavery like those of William Wells Brown, Frederick Douglass, Sylvia Dubois, and Harriet Jacobs established the dignity and humanity of the slaves and recalled cultural memories of the violations they were made to suffer. With the recuperation of these texts and dozens of others of their kind, chapters in American history that had been deliberately erased and all but forgotten by almost everyone were recalled to memory and reinstated in their rightful place. Toni Morrison has borrowed from the slave narrative tradition for the creation of beloved African American autobiography, in many forms the slave and spiritual narratives, memoirs, reminiscences, confessions, case histories, personal journalism, essays, diaries, and journals like autobiography in other groups, is an act of memory and imagination. Each text remodels the past into a narrative shape which necessarily resembles chronicle, fiction, dream, and myth. UT is also and simultaneously history recreates a past shared with others, one actually occurred and not simply imagined. 11. Stone argues that, like other historians, the autobiographical I, as creator and recreator of her or his remembered experiences, presented through the artistry of verbal images and metaphors, offers an interpretation of the surviving records of his or her own past. 12. Further, he points out, the writing of autobiography, an originating act of consciousness in which the self seeks order and meaning in her or his past experiences by telling a story of 264. Those experiences, begins as historical consciousness. And, as James Olney notes in a discussion of Richard Wright's Black Boy, memories and present reality bear a continuing, reciprocal relationship, influencing and determining one another ceaselessly. Shaped by the present moment and by the specific psychic impress of the remembering individual. 13. If Stone and Olney are correct, as I think they are, then autobiography is a prime site for lieu-de-memoir. For the examination of an autobiographical African American lieu-de-memoir, in this essay I focus on the journals of Charlotte Fortin Grimke, one of 3 such extant documents by 19th century African American women. 14. Charlotte began to keep a record of her life on May 24, 1854, at age 16, and continued to do so until July 1892. For unexplained reasons she seems to have skipped the period between 1864 and 1885, and returned to this activity only intermittently between 1885 and 1892. Altogether, in their originals, 5 journals exist, slender, leather-bound volumes, each covered with a graceful marble paper, delicate, faded black ink handwriting. 15. In 1953, the first 4 volumes, edited by Ray Allen Billington, brought the existence of the journals to public knowledge. 16. Then, in 1988, the full 5 volumes, in a scholarly edition with an introduction by Brenda Stevenson, were published in the Schomburg Library's 19th Century Black Women Writers series. Charlotte Fortin was born in Philadelphia in 1837 into a socially prestigious, wealthy, black abolitionist family. Although her ancestors had been slaves, there were 4 generations of free Fortins before her birth. James Fortin, Sr., her grandfather, who made the family fortune in sail-making, served in the Revolutionary War when he was a young man and later became a staunch abolitionist who gave considerable time, energy, and monetary support to the anti-slavery movement. He was a close friend and financial backer of William Lloyd Garrison, the well-known Boston abolitionist and editor of The Liberator, the leading anti-slavery newspaper in the country at that time. Fortin's home was a meeting place for black and white reformers. Among his other activities, In 1800, Forten unsuccessfully petitioned Congress to modify the Fugitive Slave Act of 1793, and in 1813 he published a pamphlet against legislation to ban free blacks from settling in Pennsylvania. He vociferously opposed the American Colonization Society on the relocation of free blacks in Liberia and was a force behind the 1830 National Negro Convention in Philadelphia. 17 James Forten participated in other civic organizations as well, championing the causes of black education, temperance, women's rights, and world peace. When he died in 1842, at age 76, he had one of the largest funerals in the history of Philadelphia. The most important influences on Charlotte Forten's young life included her father, Robert, also an abolitionist, her grandmother, Charlotte, her three aunts, Margaretta, Sarah, and Harriet, and the husbands of Sarah and Harriet, Joseph, and Robert Purvis. Activist abolitionists and feminists, the older Forten women gave young Charlotte Forten her most significant female role models. Charlotte Forten, Sr., her daughters, and Mary Woods Forten, were founding members of and active in the Philadelphia Female Anti-Slavery Society. Margaretta taught in a black segregated school in Philadelphia, and Sarah, a writer, contributed poems and essays to the Liberator. The three sisters, their mother, and Charlotte's mother were educated, hard-working women who were part of a group of 19th-century black and white women committed to work on race and gender issues. Robert and Joseph Purvis, sons of a wealthy English cotton broker and his freeborn woman of color wife, devoted much of their energies and wealth to the abolitionist movement and the welfare of free blacks. Robert Purvis, for several years vice president of the American Anti-Slavery Society, was a longtime member of the Pennsylvania Society for Promoting the Abolition of Slavery and was its president from 1845 to 1850. His home in Bucks County was a station on the Underground Railroad. By refusing to pay his taxes in 1853 he succeeded in convincing his township to permit black children to attend local public schools. Charlotte Forten did not attend Philadelphia's segregated schools. She had tutors at home and in 1853 went to Salem, Massachusetts, to complete her education and prepare for a career in teaching. In Salem she lived with close family friends, Charles Lennox and Amy Matilda Remond and their two children. Charles Remond and his sister Sarah Parker Remond, educated, intelligent, and eloquent, were prominent 19th-century New England abolitionists and women's rights advocates. He was the first black person to lecture for the Massachusetts Anti-Slavery Society. In 1855 a hard-working Charlotte Forten graduated from the Higginson Grammar School in Salem. Her poem A Parting Hymn was selected from a group submitted by her classmates to be sung by the students during their graduation ceremony. But her relationship with the principal, Mary Shepherd, who became her lifelong friend, was the highlight of that experience. Following her completion of the Higginson program, in 1855, Charlotte enrolled in the Salem Normal School and in that year published her first poem, To WLG on Reading His Chosen Queen, which appeared in The Liberator. For graduation in 1856 she wrote Poem for Normal School Graduation, also published in The Liberator, and she accepted an appointment at the Epes Grammar School, the first person of color to hold such a position in Salem. In keeping with her family's tradition, in 1856 Charlotte became an active member of the Massachusetts Female Anti-Slavery Society. Charlotte, like many of the people she knew, suffered from an ongoing respiratory ailment, and in November 1856, at the start of her teaching career, she began to have severe headaches. Between then and 1862, she intermittently was too ill to work. Not to be outdone by this problem, she developed a pattern of returning to Philadelphia during her sick times, resting for a while with her family, then resuming her duties in New England. There, in the summer of 1862, the poet John Greenleaf Whittier, a family friend of the Fortens, suggested she take a teaching position in the Union's recently launched social experiment on the South Carolina coast, an experiment for 266. The mass education of former slaves. Whittier encouraged this on the basis that it offered Charlotte an opportunity to serve her race. The idea appealed to her as well. She also hoped that a warmer climate might be beneficial to her health. In October 1862, Charlotte Forten, one of the first black teachers to arrive in the South in the wake of the Civil War, and the only one on St. Helena during her stay there, left Philadelphia for Port Royal, on that island. She remained there until May 1864. In a one-room schoolhouse she tried to teach the basics of elementary education and to instruct children and adults in moral and social behavior. For her it was a physically and emotionally challenging job, and in the early months she faced mixed responses from teachers, military personnel, and even the blacks she wanted to help. Over time she made friends and gained the admiration of many, especially those who like her had gone there to help. Charlotte wrote to William Lloyd Garrison of her experiences on St. Helena in 2 letters that were published in The Liberator in 1862. Her took-part essay Life on the Sea Islands appeared in the Atlantic Monthly in 1864. A combination of continued failing health, her ambivalence toward living conditions on the island, and perhaps the death of her father in April 1864 led her to resign her post and return to Philadelphia in May of that year. A position in Boston with the Teachers Committee of the Freedmen's Union Commission and a year of teaching at the Shaw Memorial School in Charleston occupied Charlotte Forten's time between 1865 and 1871. Then she moved to Washington, D.C., where she first taught at the M Street School and subsequently took an appointment with the U.S. Treasury Department through 1878, when she married the Reverend Francis Grimke, minister of the 15th Street Presbyterian Church in Washington. Charlotte Forten spent most of the rest of her life in the nation's capital. In spite of disparities in their births, ages, and upbringings, Francis Grimke and Charlotte Forten were well suited to each other. Like her, he was intelligent, educated, morally upright, and deeply concerned about matters of race. After the death of their infant child, Charlotte worked with her husband in his mission to the world, speaking out and writing against racism and oppression. Although her health was a constant problem for her, except for the last 13 months of her life, when she was confined to bed, Charlotte Forten Grimke never gave up her engagement in church work and civic activities. On the personal side, in her journals she claims a good marriage, a niece whom she adored, and many well-loved friends who, like her, were well-educated political activists. She died in her home in Washington, in 1914, at the age of 76. Credit for the preservation of her journals goes to her close friend, the late Anna Julia Cooper, black feminist scholar, to whom Francis Grimke entrusted Charlotte's writings after her death. Cooper painstakingly 267 made typescripts of these documents. Typescripts and originals are housed in the Moorland Spingarn Library of Howard University. Aside from her work to make better the condition of black life in America, Charlotte Forten nurtured literary aspirations. In the 1850s, while recuperating from one of her frequent bouts with illness, she expressed in her journal the wish that were she ever an invalid she might be able to support herself through her writing. Toward that effort, between 1855 and the 1890s she sought to establish herself in the world of letters. The Liberator, which published her earliest poems in 1855 and 1856, also published The Wind Among the Poplars in 1859. Other poems appeared in the National Anti-Slavery Standard, the Christian Recorder, and the Anglo-African Magazine. In 1857 Charlotte submitted the only short story she is known to have written, The Lost Bride, to Ladies' Home Journal. It was not published, but in 1893 her personal recollections of Whittier appeared in New England magazine. Her study of foreign languages, which she undertook in Massachusetts for the self-discipline she wanted to cultivate, gave her one success, a translation of Emile Erckmann and Alexander Chatrian's novel Madame Therese, or The Volunteers of '92, published by Scribner's in 1869. But for all these efforts, her reputation as a writer rests almost entirely on the journals, private records that have become public documents. Because of their rarity, the journals and diaries of 19th-century black women are especially valuable documents. From the slave narratives to the contemporary autobiographies of writers like Angela Davis, Maya Angelou, Audre Lorde, and John Weidman, it was inevitable that black writers should deliberately use the form as a forum for public protest against America's race problems. Although a larger number of 19th-century black journals and diaries may exist than have come to light so far, it is likely that the urgency felt for public protest discouraged those interested in constructing personal narratives from engaging in private writing. There is also no indication that any of the three women whose journals/diaries we have actually ever intended them for publication. In fact, a penciled inscription in Diary 2 of Charlotte's journal reads, "To be burned in case of my death immediately. He who dares read what here is written, woe be unto him." 18. One of the most significant aspects of these works, then, is the rare view they give us of what may have been the truly private worlds in which the women lived. Another is that since journals and diaries are kept in chronological time and bypass the processes of selection, meditation, mediation, and interpretation employed by the formal autobiographical narrative, they record a more spontaneous response to experience. Charlotte Forten, we know, grew up in a world that, on one hand, gave her many privileges denied to the vast majority of her racial group: a fine home, travel, and an opportunity to develop social refinements, and on the other, imbued her with a sense of duty toward that vast unfortunate majority. At no time in her adult life did she withdraw from or attempt to deny that responsibility. As a result, her journals, begun when she was 16 years old, reveal the 268 development of two parallel lines of history, one on which she takes as many opportunities as possible to engage in the intellectual and/or pleasurable activities available to her by dint of her class, reading great European literature, studying, attending lectures, learning foreign languages, nurturing her literary ambitions, and enjoying the company of friends with tastes equally as refined as her own, and the other on which she spent her time engaged in equally energetic performances of the duties she felt to be her civic responsibilities to those less fortunate than herself. Reading Charlotte Forten's journals as lieu de memoire brings to mind Alice James, sister to William and Henry, and another 19th-century American woman diarist. By accidents of birth, in all things but race, Forten and James were women from equally privileged backgrounds, and both had many similar sensibilities. Educated and sensitive, they even shared the afflictions of familiar 19th-century female ill health for most of their adult years. But the similarities ended there, for differences of race determined vast disparities in the scope of their worlds and the directions of their lives. In the words of one critic, James's diary, kept only during the last 3 years of her life when she was an invalid in England, gave her the opportunity to exercise her decorative sense. That applied to the wasted rooms of her life. 19. For in the insight it gives into the exorbitant toll paid for social privilege by some middle-class 19th-century white American women, the contents of this diary reveal how embedded it is in a history that calls into memory hundreds of years of the reproduction of patriarchal ideologies of gender that culturally silence women. Interestingly, unlike Forten, James appears to have wanted her diary published after her death. Her achievement in it remains a monument to the individual self, the acquisition of a voice that permitted her to speak beyond the grave in a way that distinguished her from her famous brothers, made her a person in her own right. 20. Sadly for her, what James remembered most in those final years of her life, and she reminded her brother William of this in a letter shortly before her death, was that custom had forced her to be a creature who might have been something else. 21. On the other hand, in spite of her social advantages, Charlotte Forten, growing up closely associated with the political passions of energetic abolitionist activities inside and outside of the households of her childhood, was in a different stream of cultural history from James. Doubtless, early in her life, she knew of the grave dangers the family faced in harboring fugitive slaves. She also learned from the example of the women in the family that idleness was not her lot, and she viewed her social privilege as a sacred charge to serve her people. Dutifully, she accepted an active participatory role to leave an imprint of her own on the history of the struggle for human dignity for all people. Nor, had she wanted to, could Charlotte Forten have forgotten that race stamped her as an inferior other. Privilege of birth and upbringing did not shelter her from that harsh reality of African American life. Her journal records insults and humiliations of racial prejudice that she suffered from her school peers in New England, and in Philadelphia, where she was sometimes refused service in public establishments such as ice cream par. 269. Lors. But while these episodes were painful and humiliating, and at times she was disheartened, she never capitulated to despair. The opening entry in Charlotte's journal, May 24, 1854, makes note of her rising at 5 a.m. and feeling vexed because the sun had risen before she did. 22 Her New England school days were marked by early morning risings and long hours of study and reading to improve her mind, punctuated by assisting her hostess, sewing, enjoying friends, having uplifting conversations, and taking brisk walks to observe and admire nature. On May 25, the second day in the life of her journal, Charlotte recorded, something that must ever rouse in the mind of every true friend of liberty and humanity, feelings of the deepest indignation and sorrow. 23. The reference was to the horrible incident with Anthony Burns, a fugitive slave, captured 2 months after his escape from the South. In describing the event, her notation, another fugitive, tells us that she had been paying close attention to the effects of the Dred Scott Law. For her, the memory of the plight of escaping slaves whom her family concealed at great risk to themselves was part of her living black history. The following day, May 26, Charlotte discussed Burns's capture and the issue of slavery with her teacher, Miss Mary Shepherd, who later became her friend. Although she was thrilled to discover that Miss Shepherd felt as she did, and was equally as outraged by the atrocity, the two seemingly engaged in a lively discussion in which the teacher disagreed with her pupil that the churches and ministers generally supporters of the infamous system. 24. Several other incidents of escaped slaves are recorded in Charlotte's early journals. She brooded greatly over the ones who were returned to the South, and rejoiced for those who escaped that injustice. Most of the people in New England whom she knew, admired, and associated with were abolitionists, and a good deal of her time was spent in attending abolitionist meetings and doing what she could to help to relieve the anguish of the victims of the system. It comes as no surprise, except for the frailty of her health, that she volunteered for service on the Sea Islands to work with the newly emancipated slaves. In contrast, although 30 years later she wrote in her diary in defense of the northern goals of the Civil War, in the middle years of the 19th century Alice James and her family moved around Europe outside of the periphery of American politics when the debates over slavery were at their peak. One wonders whether Alice, a teenager at the time of their return to America in 1860, was perplexed by her father's behavior. An early supporter of abolition in principle, he did not wish his sons to fight in the war. Against his wishes, her two younger brothers, with whom she was not close, served in the Union forces. Given the circumstances of her life at the time, it is reasonable to suspect that Alice James was physically and emotionally far removed from the meaning of the conflict to the lives of the slaves. In those years when Charlotte worked with former slaves in South Carolina, Alice James was already preparing herself for a career as a patient. The doors to whatever else she might have been were already closed to her. 270. Unlike James, in spite of her illnesses, there were no wasted rooms in Charlotte Forten's life. Her journal keeping was not a rehabilitative activity, a way of unusable, as Janet Varner Gunn describes Alice's. 25. The epigraph to the journals best describes Charlotte's perceptions of the rich commingling of historical consciousness and the reality of memory in her text, a wish to record the passing events of my life, which, even if quite unimportant to others, naturally possess great interest to myself, and to which it will be pleasant to have some remembrance. Recalling to my mind the memories of other days. Besides this, it will doubtless enable me to judge correctly of the growth and improvement of my mind from year to year. 26 Charlotte Fortin was a precocious 16 years old when she wrote these words. She lived to be 76, and one imagines that over the years she returned many times to her early pages to recall for herself memories of the history of times long past. For today's scholars of African American life and culture, the personal history and memory embedded in these journals remind us of many things: black family structures, black and white women's roles in the abolition movement and the Civil War, the problems of Reconstruction, and the development of black education, to name a few of the most obvious ones. But perhaps above all, Charlotte's journals continue to remind us that we can never forget the enormous contributions made to the nation's history by the work and lives of the black men and women who, although they might have done otherwise, chose to place themselves, selflessly, at the moral center of the American tradition of social reform, and while they climbed, to lift with them those less fortunate than themselves. In this record of the meeting of vital moments and actors in the evolution of the group's culture, we experience another important construction of an African American lieu de mémoire. 18. Washington Park. Robert Steptoe. After the first summers in Idlewild, I returned to Chicago to live with my parents, and also with Aunt Marge and Uncle Raj and my grandparents, in my grandparents' house, 5720 Indiana Avenue. The happy bounce of that jingle, so frequently rattled off by family members of any generation, reminds me of what a warm communal arrangement it was. The necessity of housing all 7 of us produced the will to make it workable and genial. It was not a setting, in Robert Hayden's words, of blue-black cold and chronic angers. Grandma and Grandpa Burns lived in a neighborhood officially known as Washington Park, though I never heard anyone who resided there call it that. I myself first discovered that it was named Washington Park when, in a moment of true boredom around the age of 10, I started in reading the telephone book and discovered an official map of Chicago's neighborhoods. Finding out that I had lived, and that my grandparents continued to live, in a neighborhood with a name completely unknown to me bewildered and unmoored me. It was, I think now, the first moment, the first sensing, of knowing that there could be mammoth discrepancies between the reality certain people lived and the reality of maps and other constructs. And the realities of the constructs were not to be dismissed. People read such abstractions, and accordingly make decisions, dole out largesse, and so forth. Down at City Hall, as I imagine it, the mayor growls, "Can we count on Washington Park?" And the functionaries from up the neighborhood better be able to translate and answer, "Yes, Mr. Mayor, you can count on us, we'll vote early and often." While the people in the neighborhood had no particular name for it, I believe other black people did. The name or names were probably derogatory, for the neighborhood was, in the 1940s, out south, meaning that it was south of the original, pre-1920, black ghetto. South by a mile or more of the corners of 47th Street and South Parkway, the crossroads of the district Gwendolyn Brooks and many others called Bronzeville, south enough even to be within 272. 273. The area serviced by an integrated high school, Englewood, though that was soon to change. The playwright Lorraine Hansberry was a teenager in Washington Park around the time I was a toddler there, and in To Be Young, Gifted, and Black she describes an episode of frightening racial tension at Englewood. Matters became more volatile, and then quickly resolved, when cars full of black high schoolers arrived at Englewood from the Bronzeville high schools named for the black priest Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable and for the abolitionist Wendell Phillips. The Du Sable and Phillips students charged upon the scene because they were convinced, in Hansberry's words, that "them chicken shit niggers out there ain't about to fight." If that was what they truly thought, then heaven knows what else they called us or what they called our neighborhood, surely not Washington Park. Of course, what they called us and thought of us had nothing to do with what we didn't have, and everything to do with what we had, or seemed to have. We were the black people who had been in Chicago for 20 or 30 years, or maybe had been born there, and were not necessarily being defeated by it. We were the Negroes experimenting with faiths other than Baptist and Methodist and otherwise supporting the churches in which the likes of Du Bois and Weldon Johnson spoke when they came to town. We were the railroad workers and train porters, postal workers and social workers, small businessmen, school teachers, ministers, homemakers, and scant few doctors and lawyers insistent upon making of the neighborhood, if only for a moment's time, a ceremonial ground for uplift. We were hunkered down to strive for what parents and schools had taught was worth the effort. According to a map in St. Clair Drake and Horace Caton's study, Black Metropolis, while Washington Park was one of the several South Side neighborhoods into which Negroes were allowed to settle in the 1920s, it was virtually the only one in which black settlement, then, was greeted with violence. The reason for this, I believe, had less to do with the expansive, adjacent park, or with the still attractive apartment buildings, than with the presence of houses, single-family dwellings both attached and freestanding. Such houses were the repositories of American dreams, the most desirable sites for special acts of hearthing and nesting for people of any race. Hence, the attacks, the bricks, the fires. White folks didn't want something as irrational as race to force them to move out, black folks didn't want something as predictable as race to keep them from moving in. My grandparents' place on Indiana Avenue was indeed a house, a tidy, narrow, two-story brick affair with a limestone face to the street, with a wall in common with the house next door that was a mirror image of our house in terms of stairs, porch, windows, floor plan, and most everything else. There. 274. Place was indeed a house because, as my mother tells it, her mother insisted upon it. She was tired of living with her sister at 4545 Vincennes, a common enough arrangement for migrants to any big city, but an arrangement for how long? She was probably thinking, too, that if she was in Chicago to stay, and it was looking more and more that way, then she might as well begin to approximate in Chicago the house and household she had established in St. Joseph, Missouri, 20 years before. Of course, there wouldn't be the chickens, but maybe there could be much of what had been relinquished when Ossie, her husband, realized that even before the age of 30 he had exhausted his prospects in their hometown of St. Joe, despite or maybe because of his college degree. And so they moved to Chicago and later to Washington Park. Timing matters, ordering their lives as family, church, Spelman and Tuskegee had taught them to do, so that it was no mere coincidence that they began to save and plan for a move right after my mother was born, or that they were poised to move right after Ossie received his pharmacy degree from Illinois and right before Ann was to enter elementary school. And when they moved they bought, and what they bought was a house with a garage opening out onto an alley where you could trade with the ice man, the rags and old iron man, the vegetable man, a house with a bare narrow yard that my wife and I later would have strained to cultivate into a restful city garden, but which was for them a functional rectangle, suitable for burning trash at one end and for hanging clothes to dry at the other. My grandparents bought their home from Germans who were master furniture makers, and who were, as I presently imagine it, slightly confused about why they had to sell and move no sooner than they had attained America, or better, why they had to move in order to maintain a certain citizenship in Chicago and America. At any rate, once the negotiations with the Germans were done, my grandparents finally had a Chicago house of their own, and 2 fine crafted chairs in the bargain. I would like to think that the chairs, which are still in our family, were gifts of goodwill and housewarming. That's a good story. But the more significant one is the one my mother tells of the day, 50 years later, when my grandmother's eyes lit upon the chairs after childrearing and householding, after Idlewild, after the death of Ossie, and said, "The chairs, is this all that is left?" Our immediate neighbors to the north and south were, like Grandpa Burns and most everybody else I knew of that generation, black postal workers, loyal both to the NAACP and to the Republican Party. To call their names and ours is like sounding the roster of an NBA basketball team, or like whispering that of a Yale secret society of yore, for we all had names like Collins and Kelly, Brown and Burns, York and Bush. We knew the Kellys best. The parents were kind and jovial, their sons both brilliant and destined for extremes of livelihood well beyond the steady road of family, church, and modest sinecure. One boy would prove gifted in mathematics and earn advanced degrees in that field despite the major obstacles the University of Chicago and 275. The field itself would put before him. The other son was equally smart but far more social, streetwise, and slick. In other words, he was into politics. When I saw him last he was dapper and clean, wearing a little mustache and a good suit, and looking much too much like a younger version of my father. Last I heard, he was about to do time for some political impropriety unusual but nonetheless possible in Chicago, especially if one has crossed the wrong person in the ward or down at City Hall. One neighbor whom I cannot name was different from the rest of us. He had a big car, possibly a boat, and when he came home from wherever he worked he paraded around in sport clothes, which told all that he had not come home to fix something or burn trash or stoke a furnace. I know he wasn't a postal worker, and I think maybe he was a milkman. For some reason, they seemed to have a whole lot of style in the early 1950s, probably because they were delivering something in addition to milk. At any rate, this man was bouncy, happy, and possession-laden. That's why he bought a big Doberman pinscher, to help him protect his stash. This was seen in the neighborhood as both a necessary act and an act of enormous hubris. Down at Mr. Harris's barber shop, certain Negroes were probably saying things like, "The next thing that nigger is goin' do is go to France and marry hisself the onlyest Chinese woman he can find." This neighbor, let us call him Mr. Sims, loved his Doberman and his Doberman loved him back. They would go through all sorts of paramilitary exercises in Sims's version of the spare backyard we all had, grandstanding, really, quaking the neighbors who merely wanted to take down, wash or wax a car or simply sit a bit without a whole lot of foolishness going on. Another thing Sims and the dog did was to prance down Indiana Avenue to the newsstand every waking morning, scattering school children like leaves before a blower, and some adults, too. On the way back, much was the same, only now the Doberman delicately held the morning paper in his huge jaws while Sims smirked like a circus lion tamer. This and other things Sims was up to clearly communicated the following: "I got me a Doberman, got him trained, mess with me and you got much dog up your ass." People respected that. Sims's house was never approached, let alone robbed. But, as I have suggested, they were also incensed, for Sims's notion of the protecting dog was really that of the harassing dog, and that made Sims resemble a cracker sheriff more than anything else, and more than he, all vibrant in his sport clothes, ever realized. Perhaps that's why the following story was told and softly chuckled over many times in my boyhood. One morning, Sims was late for work and hadn't time for the prance to and from the corner newsstand. He carefully explained this to the Doberman, in just the way serious dog owners talk to their animals, and then went off to work. When he came home that night to a dark house, Sims turned on a light and called out the dog's name, eager to see his buddy, his best friend. But there was no response, no leaping, licking greeting. Sims went into another room, switched on a light, called. Nothing. Then he went into a third room. 276. Called, and before he could flick the light switch, the damn dog leapt from the dark into Sims's face, and bit Sims's ear off. Just up the avenue from us was 58th Street, and the short stretch of 58th from Indiana Avenue east to Prairie to Calumet Avenue was an intense commercial district, brimming colorfully with every sort of store, business, and service. This was no doubt a result of the L stop at 58th. Stores have always sprouted around train stops of any kind right between Prairie and Calumet. Some of the stores were members of chains. There was a Walgreens drugstore at 58th and Prairie, and the other drugstore a block away at Indiana, Silberman's, was a Rexall. But most of the enterprises were small, family or mom and pop affairs, with the usual breakdown of colored folk owning the barber and beauty shops, the rib joints, soul food cafes, and more than a few of the bars, while the whites ran the pharmacies, the hardware, dry goods, and grocery stores, the meat and fish markets. A few of these places are as memorable to me as are the houses I have lived in. Silbermann's was a dark, narrow place that was rather uninviting. But it is to be remembered because my father had his first office in the warren of rooms on the second floor, and because when Mr. Silbermann retired, he sold his business to a black employee that was a breakthrough and a great and good thing. The Walgreens was ordinary enough but stood out then as now for me because of its lunch counter. It was there, usually while out on a romp with my mother or Aunt Marge, that I would be treated to a frothy milkshake or to my favorite out-of-the-house sandwich, grilled ham on raisin toast. The counter was run by 2 or 3 foxy brown-skinned ladies, breathtaking even in uniforms and hairnets. Sisters like that naturally inspired a lot of fast talk, and Lord did they know how to dish it back. The banter at the lunch counter was funny, saucy, memorable, not as dirty as what came down at the barber shop, but still very adult. When the lunch counter sit-ins began a few short years later in the South, and I watched the news films of the clubbings and draggings, the smearings of mustard and catsup, the burnings with lit cigarettes, my horror was matched only by my shame, the haunting shame of privilege. Nothing my elders ever said about privileges and being grateful cut half as deep as what I felt when I recognized that all I knew about lunch counters before 1958 was sweet talk and pretty ladies. Harris's barber shop was on the south side of 58th, in the middle of a block not darkened by the girders of the L. It was the first of the several barber shops I've been destined to frequent where the talk is loud and quick and where an elder barber, usually the proprietor, can tell somebody to tone down and make it stick. Harris's was also typical in that the front of the shop displayed for sale shaving powders, pomades, and bacon rinds, while the back had a curtain, behind which something to do with money was always going on. But what made Harris's a vintage, cut from the 111 true mold African American barber shop was that it always took 10 hours to get a haircut because there were always 40 Negroes ahead of you, even on a weekday morning. A measure of my father's rise in the world, I see now, came when he decided he couldn't wait around Mr. Harris's, the amusements no longer offsetting the time lost, and found himself a barber with whom he could make an appointment. But I, the child, continued on at Harris's for several years more, perhaps because the family still wanted to give him our trade, perhaps because the few times my mother had taken me to a shop nearer our home someone had been fresh with her. No one said this, but of course what was also going on was that my haircuts were a means by which my parents kept in touch with the life and neighborhood they were growing beyond. The same could have been said of my church-going, which for stretches of time was the only church-going being done. Maury's Met Music Shop was east of the L, in a shadowed block that may be dark in my mind for other reasons. The Met was in those days the paragon of record shops, known for its jazz, but, frankly, it had everything. My father and I would go in the Met frequently at night, when the shop was something of a hangout for jazz buffs, disc jockeys, and musicians. We'd grab a few sides and then make our way through the smoke and slick talk, trying hard not to jostle the clean dudes in cashmere overcoats and Florsheims, the hopheads, or the Dizzy Gillespie lookalikes in their berets to one of the listening booths lining the back wall. Crammed in a cubicle as small as a telephone booth, we'd check out Ella, Sarah, the Duke, the Count. I remember listening to our selections, marveling at how my father could sometimes listen to just one cut and then declare, "I have to have this jam." But I also recall watching other people listening away in their booths. Once I watched a fellow, who looked a lot like Malcolm X, close his eyes and just take off for another world. Monk, I think, was doing that to him. But then he suddenly woke up and glared at me. I huddled closer to my father. It was hard to leave the Met with just a record or two. But I seem to remember our purchases being that modest in the early days. Later, when my father began to make a little money, he would come home with a sack of take-out Chinese food from the rumpus room and 5, maybe 10, records from the Met. What pleasure this brought him. He was playing provider, and, indeed, what better provisions are there than Chinese food and a new stack of sides? Though I have mentioned the rumpus room in words about my father, I most associate that restaurant with good times with my mother. We would go there together before my sister was born on the Friday evenings when my father had a dinner meeting, perhaps after I had spent the afternoon waiting interminably for a haircut at Mr. Harris's, or after we had had a short visit with Grandma and Grandpa around the corner on Indiana. I would invariably order beef and green peppers. My mom would order all those good things in 278 dark oyster sauces, which I wouldn't like until I was in high school. The rumpus room occupied a floor or two of what had obviously been an apartment building, and so there was a pronounced sense that that booth over there was in a former parlor, while that one there was in a former bedroom, and so forth. Maybe I am completely wrong in this, but it is now I choose to reconcile the space with the sense of intimacy it emoted. Soft jazz flowed through the speakers, couples leaned into each other, nice smells wafted from the kitchen. It was definitely Friday night. After dinner my mother and I sometimes went home and watched TV, which was no letdown for me since Superman was on and I was generally up for whatever was on since I could not watch TV during the school week. But other times we went to the show, the movies, and saw some great stuff: Shane, The African Queen, High Noon. To this day, my mother and I talk about these films not in the context of television or videos or VCRs, but in that of strolling down the avenue, safely parking the car, and safely walking to a neighborhood theater to safely watch the film, not to mention safely going to the bathroom, if that was necessary. The Rumpus Room was the restaurant I most had in mind when I blew up in 1972 at a now distinguished colleague who chose then to suggest that my professed love of Chinese food indicated that my blackness was suspect. The Rumpus Room was as much a part of the neighborhood as was any of the soul food cafes, as the patronage of it readily attested. That colleague now resides in a northern city, and I hope she now has enough information to change her view. As I have mentioned before, after I moved with my parents to our own house in the Woodlawn district, I would return to the old neighborhood for haircuts and church. Church in the beginning was Good Shepherd, the Church of the Good Shepherd. Later, around the age of 9 or 10, I attended St. Edmund's, more formally known as St. Edmund's King and Martyr. Good Shepherd had formed in the late 1920s right around the corner from my grandparents' home on Indiana Avenue. Grandma and Grandpa Burns had joined Good Shepherd right after moving to the neighborhood, and thus were members of the church from its inception. This always struck me as being curious, since Good Shepherd is Congregationalist and they were raised as Baptists and had been reinforced in that faith by their experiences at Tuskegee and Spelman. When I finally asked my mother about this, she explained that when her parents had come to Chicago, they had joined one of the famous, established Baptist churches, Olivet. But there had been a falling out, something to do with disrespect at the time of my grandmother's sister's death. There may have been other reasons as well, but, at any rate, by the time I was born, Good Shepherd had been our church for almost 20 years. I was baptized there. It is the church to which the family 279 returns to bury its dead, half wondering with no small degree of shame whether we can get home before getting mugged. St. Edmund's is Episcopal and was my father's family's church. Indeed, my grandfather, Pa Stepp, had been a member of the original vestry. Somewhere I have a photo of him almost glaring at the camera while at a board meeting, as I also have a photo of my father in his acolyte years, replete with cassock, surplice, and a puffy bow at his neck. In its early years in the 1930s, St. Edmund's had no church building. Its services and meetings were held in rooms at the Wabash YMCA. By the 1950s, however, the parish had grown and prospered, in buildings once occupied by a Greek Orthodox church at 61st and Michigan. We had both a church and elementary school. St. Edmund's was not just Episcopal but High Church, something that was mischievously explained as a trace of Father Martin's former days as a Roman Catholic. We had bells and smells in abundance, exotic images on the walls and in the architecture left over from the Greek Orthodox days, a choir that knew how to turn everybody on with its mix of Bach and spirituals. We had the usual assemblage of trifling, cigarette-sneaking acolytes who nonetheless showed up every Sunday and actually knew the Mass. I was confirmed into the Episcopal Church at St. Edmund's in June in 1957, Grandma and Grandpa Burns gave me as a present the Bible I still have. I doubt they would have been so congratulatory if they had known that I had become, not so much through coaching as through sheer self-invention, a confirmed Anglo-Catholic, deeply suspicious of Roman Catholics and Protestants alike. My days with them at Good Shepherd were just that far behind me. How this came about and why I was abruptly moved from Good Shepherd to St. Edmunds in the first place is something I have tried to piece together. The family line on this is that I was moved because the Sunday school at Good Shepherd was lousy, non-existent. There is some truth to this. All I can remember of Good Shepherd Sunday school is the softball games. Perhaps this is because it was during one of those games that I received the revelation that left-handed people are supposed to bat from the other side of the plate. At St. Edmunds, by contrast, those rooms in the elementary school were put to use on Sundays. We had Sunday school and homework, too. The family line makes sense but is too pat an answer. What more were we leaving behind? What else were we moving to? Why would my mother leave the church of her youth and join St. Edmunds? Why did I accept the move so easily? Is it possible that I may have even initiated it? Two stories seem to bear on this. It was late on a wintry Saturday afternoon. Good Shepherd's Cub Scout pack, of which I was a member, was returning to the city after a joyous day of tobogganing out in the western suburbs. Suddenly, the church bus pulled to the side of the road right in front of a hamburger joint. We were going to have a treat. A snack. Visions of milkshakes and French fries danced in my head. 280. The scoutmaster got off the bus and went in to see if it would be all right. We all knew that all right wasn't simply about whether 20 Cub Scouts could enter the premises, it was truly about whether 20 black boys who claimed to be scouts should be let in. When the scoutmaster returned, he spoke to us like this: "Now boys, we are going to go in here and have ourselves a sandwich or something. But I can tell you the people in there are none too pleased about all this. Now, I needn't remind you that we are not on the south side of Chicago. This is not the chicken shack down the street from your house. Do you follow me? Good, so I needn't remind you of how to behave, right? Am I right? Okay, now, let's go." With that, we filed off the bus, hitting each other whenever someone thought someone else was talking too loud. The scene inside the hamburger place was not good. I would say that the white cook and counterman had instantly discovered, once deep into serving a bunch of Negroes, how much that disgusted them. They scowled, they muttered, they turned redder and redder by the minute. They half-cooked the food, threw it on a plate, and hurled the plate in almost anyone's direction. They clearly wanted us to leave, but in their fury constantly got the food orders wrong. We stayed, waiting for our food, perhaps out of conviction but more likely out of a kind of politeness, witness probably for the first time in our lives to the spectacle of white men becoming unglued because of race. Then I said, loud enough and to no one hence, to all, "Gee, this place has lousy service." No one replied. It was as if no one had heard me, but I had been heard. When we got back on the bus, the scoutmaster started up, "You boys did fine in there. You all were real gentlemen. That is, all of you but one. I asked if you all knew how to behave, and you all said you did. Well, one of you doesn't know, and it's going to be a long time before I take any of you anywhere again." I honestly wondered who this terrible person was, who had brought this down on the whole scout pack. I tried to recall if someone had been loud in the restaurant, or otherwise cut the fool. Had anybody not used their silverware, their napkin? Had someone forgotten to say please or thank you or yes sir? I knew I hadn't. But the bad egg was me, and the scoutmaster in effect both listed my sins and had them posted. I was told that I had made a bad situation worse, and that if one had held my tongue the situation might have gotten better. I was told that I had endangered all of us, and had risked bringing violence upon us. I was told in pungent, quite vernacular terms that I knew nothing about facing adversity with stoic dignity. I wanted to retort bullshit. I wanted to remind everyone of who took us in that cracker cafe in the first place, instead of waiting until we were back in Chicago. I wanted to scream, but I said nothing, and not even a scream came out. I just sat and took it, my cheeks burning, my body seemingly shrinking, tucking itself into the folds of my winter parka, into the darkness enveloping the bus as day so gratefully became night. Soon the bus cranked up, and we were on our way. No one spoke to me, but I was consoled by the quickening certainty that we were no longer stalled. 281. In the suburbs, and that being home was somehow going to happen. But we had an accident on the way home, a minor one but accident enough. I am sure that there were some people on that bus who thought, this would not have happened if Steptoe hadn't queered the whole day for us. My thought was, this is happening because we were so goddamn servile. We were a long time getting home. After the episode in the suburbs, I was at best an indifferent scout. I stopped doing the chores and projects that would earn me merit badges. I began to play hooky from scout meetings, finding great pleasure in inventing places to go and in coercing a scout or two to go with me. Once we rode to the end of the line of the commuter train I usually used merely to go from one point to another within Chicago. We went to see what we could see and were bitterly disappointed to sight nothing of interest. Another time we went downtown to the Loop to have a meal in a coffee shop famous for its hamburgers. I see now that that was a brave attempt to undo or revise what had happened in the suburbs after tobogganing. I continued as a scout because I had a few friends, liked the uniform, and had no idea of how to act upon the emotions washing over me. So, too, did I value being in a context where I had an identity. At Good Shepherd and even in the Cub Scouts I was Miss Burns's grandchild. I thought that was my best merit badge, and I thought everybody thought so as well, but that was before the Sunday grandma was hooted in the large basement room where Sunday school was held, and I had to witness the spectacle. As best I recall, I was outside the church playing softball. It had been a long time since any adult had suggested that Sunday school ought to foster something other than ball games, and so I was surprised when our game was broken up, and astonished by everything in the manner of the adult corralling us that told us we had been up to no good. When we arrived back inside the Sunday school area, there was much disarray and tension. Apparently, the games and crafts which customarily occupied the youngsters not playing softball had been interrupted as well. People were grumbling, "What's going on? Who says this ain't a Sunday school? Sunday school these days ain't nothing but daycare anyway. Somebody better wake up. I bet you one of them old-timey sisters from one of the guilds is behind this. Who's that over there, passing out lessons? These children ain't going for none of that. Who'd you say? Miss Burns. Oh, Lord, she done come back and doing it to us again." The nut-brown woman with a determined look on her face, who was furiously slapping down lesson books on top of board games and crayon drawings, was indeed Miss Burns, my grandmother. I was mortified but also confused. I hated the way she was calling attention to herself. I hated what most everyone was saying about her. Matters did not improve during the excruciating remaining minutes of the Sunday school hour. Most of the youngsters were, I would say, disrespectfully silent, most of the erstwhile. 282. Sunday school teachers remained so, even though it looked like they were up to something pedagogical. Meanwhile, my grandmother, from her perch near the upright piano, sternly surveyed the scene, looking ever so much like your worst nightmare of a school principal or a plant manager. 20 minutes later, it was over, or almost over. Grandma had another card to play. She insisted that we revive the custom of ending Sunday school with a rousing rendition of Onward, Christian Soldiers, which would end with all of us youngsters marching single file out of the church building, gloriously into the sunshine. There was no recourse, especially after Grandma sat down at the upright and blanketed the room with hymnal chordings. The way out was simply the doorway through which we were to march, and march we did, though our clatter was hardly soldier-like. Once out into the sunshine, we wandered about, meandering in circles and half-circles, trying to get a compass fix on our whereabouts. What I realized, once I got my bearings, was that I was in a zone of strange contradictions. I was outside the church when I was supposed to be inside. I was outside because my good Christian grandmother had in some real sense marched me outside. Moreover, she had marched me outside in order to bring me, among others, inside to make us true inhabitants of the church. It was all very confusing, wrenchingly so. I recall being quiet and subdued the rest of the day. Perhaps I needfully got lost in a book, knowing well enough that this wasn't a good day for testing the limits on the Lone Ranger. All this occurred in the spring, in May I think. By the fall I was a regular in the pews at St. Edmund's. I was last at Good Shepherd a few years ago for my Aunt Marge's funeral. It was blisteringly hot, so much so that when we found out to our great dismay that the air conditioning in the church had broken down that afternoon, a few family members just stayed in the cool of the rented limousines until the service began. I was exceedingly uncomfortable but too restless to sit in a limo. I needed to explore what one could of the church, revisiting, for example, the vast basement room where the Cub Scouts had met, and from which I had marched to the strains of Onward Christian Soldiers into another boyhood. I also needed to get a closer look at the children across the street, playing in the spray of an opened fire hydrant. Would they mind? Would they let me get close enough to see if I could see my child self in them? The heat bore in. I needed to get back in one of the limos, but I wanted more to walk around to the 57th Street side of the church to scrutinize the lot where I had played so many outdoor games, and learn to hit a softball, too. It was much as I thought it would be, narrow, spare, scruffy. I must have been a little tyke indeed to have once considered it a suitable space for serious ball games. Then it occurred to me, you're already on 57th Street, maybe a quarter of the way to Grandma's house. Why don't you walk down the street and around the corner and have a look? The appropriateness of this could not be disputed. To see the Burns house would be to see where our Washington Park life had begun 60 years before, and where my life had begun just after World War II. Even from across the street, I would be able to examine the 283 little side entrance to the basement apartment where Marge and Raj had lived, and to watch the fading August sun burnish the second-floor window of what had been my parents' room, and later my room whenever I overnighted with my grandparents. I thought that all I was trying to pull together by roaming around instead of being in the limo would instantly coalesce once on Indiana Avenue, once reading the house numbers, 5722. But I didn't go around the corner, even though I ventured 7 or 8 steps toward it. This was not because I thought I might miss the beginning of the service or simply because it was too hot to amble the streets. I didn't go because I was too well dressed and too light-skinned, because I had a little money in my pocket and because I was wearing the nice watch my wife gave me for our 20th anniversary. One side of my brain said, "Hey, my man, you're a brother, go on down to your grandmother's house and check it out." The other side said, "Don't fall for that romantic shit. This neighborhood has changed. Walk 2 blocks and you're a dead man. The next funeral at Good Shepherd will be yours." Perhaps because a woman had been mugged at the wake the night before she came running back into the church screaming, "My purse has been taken." He took my purse. As if any of us could do anything about it, I listened to the second voice in my head. But I was angered by what was preventing me, a former child of those streets, from doing anything I wanted. So, too, was I angry about not being able to make the connection, which I thought to be the best possible connection, with the people, sights, and images that would put my life in order. But I was wrong, for when I finally quit gazing down the street I wouldn't walk and entered the church, I found a feast for my eyes, the much older but still quite recognizable visage of the scoutmaster who had taken us tobogganing and later pilloried me some 35 years before. Family and friends from the year one broached conversation, and I believe I engaged them. But my eye was on Mr. B. Later I approached him, reminded him of how we knew each other, asked him how he had been, asked after his son, whom I remembered to be the Willie Mays of Cub Scouts. Mr. B was very good at assisting the minister with the service, very short on everything else. He didn't remember me, and I almost got the feeling that he didn't remember the son of whom I had inquired. This and the fact that, when it was time for me to speak, I was actually introduced as a friend of the family, and not as family, not as the firstborn nephew of the woman we were burying, made me aware not just of the corrosive forces of time, but also of what the young put in place to create chasms between the generations. I had wanted to be shut of Good Shepherd, and 35 years later I was faced with the evidence of how well I had succeeded. 19. Between Memory and History. Les lieux de mémoire. Pierre Nora. The acceleration of history. Let us try to gauge the significance, beyond metaphor, of this phrase. An increasingly rapid slippage of the present into a historical past that is gone for good, a general perception that anything and everything may disappear. These indicate a rupture of equilibrium. The remnants of experience still lived in the warmth of tradition, in the silence of custom, in the repetition of the ancestral, have been displaced under the pressure of a fundamentally historical sensibility. Self-consciousness emerges under the sign of that which has already happened, as the fulfillment of something always already begun. We speak so much of memory because there is so little of it left. Our interest in lieu de mémoire, where memory crystallizes and secretes itself, has occurred at a particular historical moment, a turning point where consciousness of a break with the past is bound up with the sense that memory has been torn, but torn in such a way as to pose the problem of the embodiment of memory in certain sites where a sense of historical continuity persists. There are lieux de mémoire, sites of memory, because there are no longer milieux de mémoire, real environments of memory. Consider, for example, the irrevocable break marked by the disappearance of peasant culture, that quintessential repository of collective memory whose recent vogue as an object of historical study coincided with the apogee of industrial growth. Such a fundamental collapse of memory is but one familiar example of a movement toward democratization and mass culture on a global scale. Among the new nations, independence has swept into history societies newly awakened from their ethnological slumbers by colonial violation. Similarly, a process of interior decolonization has affected ethnic minorities, families, and groups that until now have possessed reserves of memory but little or no historical capital. We have seen the end of societies that had long assured the transmission and conservation of collectively remembered values, whether through churches or schools, the family or the state, the end translated by Mark Raudebush. 284. Between Memory and History, Les lieux de mémoire. 285. Two of ideologies that prepared a smooth passage from the past to the future, or that had indicated that the future should keep from the past, whether for reaction, progress, or even revolution. Indeed, we have seen the tremendous dilation of our very mode of historical perception, which, with the help of the media, has substituted for a memory entwined in the intimacy of a collective heritage the ephemeral film of current events. The acceleration of history, then, confronts us with the brutal realization of the difference between real memory, social and unviolated, exemplified in but also retained as the secret of so-called primitive or archaic societies, and history, which is how our hopelessly forgetful modern societies, propelled by change, organize the past. On the one hand, we find an integrated, dictatorial memory, unself-conscious, commanding, all-powerful, spontaneously actualizing, a memory without a past that ceaselessly reinvents tradition, linking the history of its ancestors to the undifferentiated time of heroes, origins, and myth. And on the other hand, our memory, nothing more in fact than sifted and sorted historical traces. The gulf between the two has deepened in modern times with the growing belief in a right, a capacity, and even a duty to change. Today, this distance has been stretched to its convulsive limit. This conquest and eradication of memory by history has had the effect of a revelation, as if an ancient bond of identity had been broken and something had ended that we had experienced as self-evident: the equation of memory and history. The fact that only one word exists in French to designate both lived history and the intellectual operation that renders it intelligible is a weakness of the language that has often been remarked. Still, it delivers a profound truth: the process that is carrying us forward and our representation of that process are of the same kind. If we were able to live within memory, we would not have needed to consecrate lieu de mémoire in its name. Each gesture, down to the most everyday, would be experienced as the ritual repetition of a timeless practice in a primordial identification of act and meaning. With the appearance of the trace, of mediation, of distance, we are not in the realm of true memory but of history. We can think, for an example, of the Jews of the diaspora, bound in daily devotion to the rituals of tradition, who as peoples of memory found little use for historians until their forced exposure to the modern world. Memory and history, far from being synonymous, appear now to be in fundamental opposition. Memory is life, born by living societies founded in its name. It remains in permanent evolution, open to the dialectic of remembering and forgetting, unconscious of its successive deformations, vulnerable to manipulation and appropriation, susceptible to being long dormant and periodically revived. History, on the other hand, is the reconstruction, always problematic and incomplete, of what is no longer. Memory is a perpetually actual phenomenon, a bond tying us to the eternal present. History is a representation of the past. Memory, insofar as it is effective and magical, only accommodates those facts that suit it. It nourishes recollections that may be out of focus or telescopic, global or detached, particular or symbolic, responsive to each avenue of conveyance or phenomenal screen, to every 286. Censorship or projection. History, because it is an intellectual and secular production, calls for analysis and criticism. Memory installs remembrance within the sacred. History, always prosaic, releases it again. Memory is blind to all but the group it binds, which is to say, as Maurice Halbwachs has said, that there are as many memories as there are groups, that memory is by nature multiple and yet specific, collective, plural, and yet individual. History, on the other hand, belongs to everyone and to no one, whence its claim to universal authority. Memory takes root in the concrete, in spaces, gestures, images, and objects. History binds itself strictly to temporal continuities, to progressions, and to relations between things. Memory is absolute, while history can only conceive the relative. At the heart of history is a critical discourse that is antithetical to spontaneous memory. History is perpetually suspicious of memory, and its true mission is to suppress and destroy it. At the horizon of historical societies, at the limits of the completely historicized world, there would occur a permanent secularization. History's goal and ambition is not to exalt but to annihilate what has in reality taken place. A generalized critical history would no doubt preserve some museums, some medallions and monuments, that is to say, the materials necessary for its work, but it would empty them of what, to us, would make them lieu de mémoires. In the end, a society living wholly under the sign of history could not, any more than could a traditional society, conceive such sites for anchoring its memory. Perhaps the most tangible sign of the split between history and memory has been the emergence of a history of history, the awakening, quite recent in France, of a historiographical consciousness. History, especially the history of national development, has constituted the oldest of our collective traditions, our quintessential milieu de mémoire. From the chroniclers of the Middle Ages to today's practitioners of total history, the entire tradition has developed as the controlled exercise and automatic deepening of memory, the reconstitution of a past without lacunae or faults. No doubt, none of the great historians, since Froissart, had the sense that he was representing only a particular memory. Comines did not think he was fashioning a merely dynastic memory, La Poplinier merely a French memory, Bossuet a Christian and monarchical memory, Voltaire the memory of the progress of humankind, Michelet exclusively the people's memory, and Lavis solely the memory of the nation. On the contrary, each historian was convinced that his task consisted in establishing a more positive, all-encompassing, and explicative memory. History's procurement, in the last century, of scientific methodology has only intensified the effort to establish critically a true memory. Every great historical revision has sought to enlarge the basis for collective memory. In a country such as France, the history of history cannot be an innocent operation, it amounts to the internal subversion of memory history by critical history. Every history is by nature critical, and all historians have sought to denounce the hypocritical mythologies of their predecessors. But something between memory and history, Le Lieu de Mémoire 287. Fundamentally unsettling happens when history begins to write its own history. A historiographical anxiety arises when history assigns itself the task of tracing alien impulses within itself and discovers that it is the victim of memories which it has sought to master. Where history has not taken on the strong formative and didactic role that it has assumed in France, the history of history is less laden with polemical content. In the United States, for example, a country of plural memories and diverse traditions, historiography is more pragmatic. Different interpretations of the Revolution or of the Civil War do not threaten the American tradition because, in some sense, no such thing exists, or if it does, it is not primarily a historical construction. In France, on the other hand, historiography is iconoclastic and irreverent. It seizes upon the most clearly defined objects of tradition, a key battle, like Bovines, a canonical manual, like the Petit Lavis, in order to dismantle their mechanisms and analyze the conditions of their development. It operates primarily by introducing doubt, by running a knife between the tree of memory and the bark of history. That we study the historiography of the French Revolution, that we reconstitute its myths and interpretations, implies that we no longer unquestioningly identify with its heritage. To interrogate a tradition, venerable though it may be, is no longer to pass it on intact. Moreover, the history of history does not restrict itself to addressing the most sacred objects of our national tradition. By questioning its own traditional structure, its own conceptual and material resources, its operating procedures and social means of distribution, the engine discipline of history has entered its historiographical age, consummating its dissociation from memory, which in turn has become a possible object of history. It once seemed as though a tradition of memory, through the concepts of history and the nation, had crystallized in the synthesis of the Third Republic. Adopting a broad chronology, between Augustin Thierry's Lettres sur l'histoire de France and Charles Saint-Nobos's Histoire sincere de la nation francaise, the relationships between history, memory, and the nation were characterized as more than natural currency. They were shown to involve a reciprocal circularity, a symbiosis at every level: scientific and pedagogical, theoretical and practical. This national definition of the present imperiously demanded justification through the illumination of the past. It was, however, a present that had been weakened by revolutionary trauma and the call for a general re-evaluation of the monarchical past, and it was weakened further by the defeat of 1870, which rendered only more urgent, in the belated competition with German science and pedagogy, the real victors at Sadowa, the development of a severe documentary erudition for the scholarly transmission of memory. The tone of national responsibility assigned to the historian, half-preacher, half-soldier, is unequaled. For example, in the first editorial of the Revue Historique, in which Gabriel Monod foresaw a slow scientific, methodical, and collective investigation conducted in a secret and secure manner for the greatness of the fatherland as well as for mankind. Reading this text, and 100 others like it, one wonders how the notion that positivist history was not cumulative could ever 288 have gained credibility. On the contrary, in the ideological perspective of the nation, the political, the military, the biographical, and the diplomatic all were to be considered pillars of continuity. The defeat of Agincourt, the dagger of Ravaillac, the day of the dupes, the additional clauses of the Treaty of Westphalia each required scrupulous accounting. The most incisive erudition thus served to add or take away some detail from the monumental edifice that was the nation. The nation's memory was held to be powerfully unified. No more discontinuity existed between our Greco-Roman cradle and the colonies of the Third Republic than between the high erudition that annexed new territories to the nation's heritage and the school books that professed its dogma. The holy nation thus acquired a holy history. Through the nation our memory continued to rest upon a sacred foundation. To see how this particular synthesis came apart under the pressure of a new secularizing force would be to show how, during the crisis of the 1930s in France, the coupling of state and nation was gradually replaced by the coupling of state and society, and how, at the same time and for the same reasons, history was transformed, spectacularly, from the tradition of memory it had become into the self-knowledge of society. As such, history was able to highlight many kinds of memory, even turn itself into a laboratory of past mentalities, but in disclaiming its national identity, it also abandoned its claim to bearing coherent meaning and consequently lost its pedagogical authority to transmit values. The definition of the nation was no longer the issue, and peace, prosperity, and the reduction of its power have since accomplished the rest. With the advent of society in place of the nation, legitimation by the past and therefore by history yields to legitimation by the future. One can only acknowledge and venerate the past and serve the nation. The future, however, can be prepared for, thus the three terms regain their autonomy. No longer a cause, the nation has become a given, history is now a social science, memory a purely private phenomenon. The memory nation was thus the last incarnation of the unification of memory and history. The study of lieux de mémoires, then, lies at the intersection of two developments that in France today gave it meaning, one a purely historiographical movement, the reflexive turning of history upon itself, the other a movement that is, properly speaking, historical, the end of a tradition of memory. The moment of lieu de mémoire occurs at the same time that an immense and intimate fund of memory disappears, surviving only as a reconstituted object beneath the gaze of critical history. This period sees, on the one hand, the decisive deepening of historical study and, on the other hand, a heritage consolidated. The critical principle follows an internal dynamic. Our intellectual, political, historical frameworks are exhausted but remain powerful enough not to leave us indifferent. Whatever vitality they retain impresses us only in their most spectacular symbols. Combined, these two movements send us at once to history's most elementary tools and to the most symbolic objects of our memory, to the archives as well as to the tricolor, to the libraries, dictionaries, and museums as well as to commemorations, celebrations. The Between Memory and History, Les Lieux de Mémoire 289. Pantheon, and the Arc de Triomphe, to the Dictionnaire Larousse as well as to the Wall of the Fetters, where the last defenders of the Paris Commune were massacred in 1870. These lieux de mémoire are fundamentally remains, the ultimate embodiments of a memorial consciousness that has barely survived in a historical age that calls out for memory because it has abandoned it. They make their appearance by virtue of the deritualization of our world, producing, manifesting, establishing, constructing, decreeing, and maintaining by artifice and by will a society deeply absorbed in its own transformation and renewal, one that inherently values the new over the ancient, the young over the old, the future over the past. Museums, archives, cemeteries, festivals, anniversaries, treaties, depositions, monuments, sanctuaries, fraternal orders, these are the boundary stones of another age, illusions of eternity. It is the nostalgic dimension of these devotional institutions that makes them seem beleaguered and cold. They mark the rituals of a society without ritual, integral particularities in a society that levels particularity, signs of distinction and of group membership in a society that tends to recognize individuals only as identical and equal. Lieux de mémoire originate with the sense that there is no spontaneous memory, that we must deliberately create archives, maintain anniversaries, organize celebrations, pronounce eulogies, and notarize bills because such activities no longer occur naturally. The defense, by certain minorities, of a privileged memory that has retreated to jealously protected enclaves in this sense intensely illuminates the truth of lieux de mémoire that without commemorative vigilance, history would soon sweep them away. We buttress our identities upon such bastions, but if what they defeated were not threatened, there would be no need to build them. Conversely, if the memories that they enclosed were to be set free, they would be useless. If history did not besiege memory, deforming and transforming it, penetrating and petrifying it, there would be no lieu de mémoire. Indeed, It is this very push and pull that produces lieu de mémoire, moments of history torn away from the movement of history, then returned, no longer quite life, not yet death, like shells on the shore when the sea of living memory has receded. Memory seized by history. What we call memory today is therefore not memory but already history. What we take to be flare ups of memory are in fact its final consumption in the flames of history. The quest for memory is the search for one's history. Of course, we still cannot do without the word, but we should be aware of the difference between true memory, which has taken refuge in gestures and habits, in skills passed down by unspoken traditions, in the body's inherent self-knowledge, in unstudied reflexes and ingrained memories, and memory transformed by its passage through history, which is nearly the opposite, voluntary and deliberate, experienced as a duty, no longer spontaneous, psychological, individual, and subjective, but never social, collective, or all. N. 290. Compassing. How did we move from the first memory, which is immediate, to the second, which is indirect? We may approach the question of this contemporary metamorphosis from the perspective of its outcome. Modern memory is, above all, archival. It relies entirely on the materiality of the trace, the immediacy of the recording, the visibility of the image. What began as writing ends as high fidelity and tape recording. The less memory is experienced from the inside, the more it exists only through its exterior scaffolding and outward signs, hence the obsession with the archive that marks our age, attempting at once the complete conservation of the present as well as the total preservation of the past. Fear of a rapid and final disappearance combines with anxiety about the meaning of the present and uncertainty about the future to give even the most humble testimony, the most modest vestige, the potential dignity of the memorable. Have we not sufficiently regretted and deplored the loss or destruction, by our predecessors, of potentially informative sources to avoid opening ourselves to the same reproach from our successors? Memory has been wholly absorbed by its meticulous reconstitution. Its new vocation is to record, delegating to the archive the responsibility of remembering. It sheds its signs upon depositing them there, as a snake sheds its skin. What we call memory is in fact the gigantic and breathtaking storehouse of a material stock of what it would be impossible for us to remember, an unlimited repertoire of what might need to be recalled. Leibniz's paper memory has become an autonomous institution of museums, libraries, depositories, centers of documentation, and data banks. Specialists estimate that in the public archives alone, in just a few decades, the quantitative revolution has multiplied the number of records by 1,000. No society has ever produced archives as deliberately as our own, not only volume, not only by new technical means of reproduction and preservation, but also by its superstitious esteem, by its veneration of the trace. Even as traditional memory disappears, we feel obliged assiduously to collect remains, testimonies, documents, images, speeches, any visible signs of what has been, as if this burgeoning dossier were to be called upon to furnish some proof to who knows what tribunal of history. The sacred is invested in the trace that is at the same time its negation. It becomes impossible to predict what should be remembered, whence the disinclination to destroy anything that leads to the corresponding reinforcement of all the institutions of memory. A strange role reversal has occurred between the professional, once reproached for an obsession with conservation, and the amateur producer of archives. Today, private enterprise and public administration keep everything, while professional archivists have learned that the essence of their trade is the art of controlled destruction. In just a few years, then, the materialization of memory has been tremendously dilated, multiplied, decentralized, democratized. In the classical period, the three main producers of archives were the great families, the church, and the state. But who, today, does not feel compelled to record his feelings, to write his memoirs, not only the most minor historical actor but also his witnesses, his spouse, and his doctor? The less extraordinary the testimony, the more aptly it seems to illustrate the average mentality. Between memory and history, Les Lieux de Mémoire 291. The imperative of our epoch is not only to keep everything, to preserve every indicator of memory even when we are not sure which memory is being indicated, but also to produce archives. The French Social Security archives are a troubling example, an unparalleled quantity of documents. They represent today 300 linear kilometers. Ideally, the computerized evaluation of this mass of raw memory would provide a reading of the sum total of the normal and the pathological in society, from diets to lifestyles, by region and by profession, yet even its preservation and plausible implementation call for drastic and impossible choices. Record as much as you can, something will remain. This is, to take another telling example, the conclusion implied by the proliferation of oral histories. There are currently in France more than 300 teams employed in gathering the voices that come to us from the past. But these are not ordinary archives, if we consider that to produce them requires 36 hours for each hour of recording time, and that they can never be used piecemeal, because they only have meaning when heard in their entirety. Whose will to remember do they ultimately reflect, that of the interviewer or that of the interviewed? No longer living memories, more or less intended remainder, the archive has become the deliberate and calculated secretion of lost memory. It adds to life itself, often a function of its own, recording a secondary memory, a prosthesis memory. The indiscriminate production of archives is the acute effect of a new consciousness, the clearest expression of the terrorism of historicized memory. This form of memory comes to us from the outside, because it is no longer a social practice, we interiorize it as an individual constraint. The passage from memory to history has required every social group to redefine its identity through the revitalization of its own history. The task of remembering makes everyone his own historian. The demand for history has thus largely overflowed the circle of professional historians. Those who have long been marginalized in traditional history are not the only ones haunted by the need to recover their buried pasts. Following the example of ethnic groups and social minorities, every established group, intellectual or not, learned or not, has felt the need to go in search of its own origins and identity. Indeed, there is hardly a family today in which some member has not recently sought to document as accurately as possible his or her ancestors' furtive existences. The increase in genealogical research is a massive new phenomenon. The National Archives reports that 43% of those doing archival research in 1982 were working on genealogical history, as compared with the 38% who were university researchers. It is striking that we owe the most significant histories of biology, physics, medicine, and music not to professional historians but to biologists, physicists, doctors, and musicians. Educators themselves have taken charge of the history of education, from physical education to instruction in educational philosophy. In the wake of attacks on established domains of knowledge, each discipline has sought validation in the retrospective perusal of its own origins. Sociology goes in search of its founding fathers. 292. Anthropology undertakes to explore its own past, from the 16th century chroniclers to the colonial administrators. Even literary criticism occupies itself in retracing the genesis of its categories and tradition. As for history, positivism, long since abandoned by professional historians, has found in this urgent need a popularity and necessity it never knew before. The decomposition of memory history has multiplied the number of private memories demanding their individual histories. An order is given to remember, but the responsibility is mine and it is I who must remember. One of the costs of the historical metamorphosis of memory has been a wholesale preoccupation with the individual psychology of remembering. Indeed, the two phenomena are so intimately linked that one can hardly avoid comparing them, down to their exact chronological coincidence. At the end of the last century, when the decisive blow to traditional balances was felt, in particular the disintegration of the rural world, memory appeared at the center of philosophical thought, with Bergson, at the core of the psychological personality, with Freud, at the heart of literary autobiography, with Proust. We owe to Freud and to Proust those two intimate and yet universal sites of memory, the primal scene and the celebrated Petite Madeleine. The transformation of memory implies a decisive shift from the historical to the psychological, from the social to the individual, from the objective message to its subjective reception, from repetition to rememoration. The total psychologization of contemporary memory entails a completely new economy of the identity of the self, the mechanics of memory, and the relevance of the past. In the last analysis, it is upon the individual and upon the individual alone that the constraint of memory weighs insistently as well as imperceptibly. The atomization of a general memory into a private one has given the obligation to remember a power of internal coercion. It gives everyone the necessity to remember and to protect the trappings of identity. When memory is no longer everywhere, it will not be anywhere unless one takes the responsibility to recapture it through individual means. The less memory is experienced collectively, the more it will require individuals to undertake to become themselves memory individuals, as if an inner voice were to tell each Corsican you must be Corsican and each Breton you must be Breton. To understand the force and appeal of this sense of obligation, perhaps we should think of Jewish memory, which has recently been revived among many non-practicing Jews. In this tradition, which has no other history than its own memory, to be Jewish is to remember that one is such, but once this incontestable memory has been interiorized, it eventually demands full recognition. What is being remembered? In a sense, it is memory itself. The psychologization of memory has thus given every individual the sense that his or her salvation ultimately depends on the repayment of an impossible debt. In addition to archive memory and duty memory, a third aspect is needed to complete the picture of this modern metamorphosis: distance memory. This is because our relation to the past, at least as it reveals itself in major historical studies, is something entirely different from what we would expect. Between memory and history, Le Lieu de Mémoire 293. From a memory, no longer a retrospective continuity but the illumination of discontinuity. In the history memory of old, accurate perceptions of the past were characterized by the assumption that the past could be retrieved. The past could always be resuscitated by an effort of rememoration. Indeed, the present itself became a sort of recycled, updated past, realized as the present through such welding and anchoring. True, for there to be a sense of the past there had to be a before and an after, a chasm had to intervene between the present and the past. But this was not so much a separation experienced as radical difference as it was a lapse experienced as affiliation to be restored. Progress and decadence, the two great themes of historical intelligibility at least since modern times, both aptly express the cult of continuity, the confident assumption of knowing to whom and to what we owe our existence, whence the importance of the idea of origins, an already profane version of the mythological narrative, but one that contributed to giving meaning and a sense of the sacred to a society engaged in a nationwide process of secularization. The greater the origins, the more they magnified our greatness. Through the past we venerated above all ourselves. It is this relation which has been broken. Just as the future, formerly a visible, predictable, manipulable, well-marked extension of the present, has come to seem invisible, unpredictable, uncontrollable, so have we gone from the idea of a visible past to an invisible one, from a solid and steady past to our fractured past, from a history sought in the continuity of memory to a memory cast in the discontinuity of history. We speak no longer of origins but of births. Given to us as radically other, the past has become a world apart. Ironically, modern memory reveals itself most genuinely when it shows how far we have come away from it. We should not believe, however, that this sense of discontinuity finds only unfocused and vague expression. Paradoxically, distance demands the rapprochement that negates it while giving it resonance. Never have we longed in a more physical manner to evoke the weight of the land at our feet, the hand of the devil in the year 1000, or the stench of 18th-century cities. Yet only in a regime of discontinuity are such hallucinations of the past conceivable. Our relation to the past is now formed in a subtle play between its intractability and its disappearance, a question of a representation in the original sense of the word radically different from the old ideal of resurrecting the past. As comprehensive as it may have wished to be, In practice such a resurrection implied a hierarchy of memory, ordering the perspective of the past beneath the gaze of a static present by the skillful manipulation of light and shadow. But the loss of a single explanatory principle, while casting us into a fragmented universe, has promoted every object, even the most humble, the most improbable, the most inaccessible to the dignitary of a historical mystery. Since no one knows what the past will be made of next, anxiety turns everything into a trace, a possible indication, a hint of history that contaminates the innocence of all things. Representation proceeds by strategic highlighting, selecting samples and multiplying examples. Ours is an intensely retinal and powerfully televisual. 294. Memory. We can link the acclaimed return of the narrative evident in recent historical writing and the omnipotence of imagery and cinema in contemporary culture, even if, to be sure, this narrative is very different from traditional narrative, with its syncopated parts and formal closure. How can we not connect our scrupulous respect for archival documents, themselves fragments put before our eyes, and the unique frame we give to oral literature, quoting informants to render intelligible their voices? Are they not clearly connected to the sense of directness that we have become accustomed to elsewhere? How can we but see in our taste for everyday life in the past a resort to the only remaining means for restoring the flavor of things, the slow rhythms of past times, and in the anonymous biographies of ordinary people the understanding that the masses do not allow themselves to be measured as a mass? How can we fail to read, in the shards of the past delivered to us by so many micro-histories, the will to make the history we are reconstructing equal to the history we have lived? We could speak of mirror memory if all mirrors did not reflect the same, for it is difference that we are seeking, and in the image of this difference, the ephemeral spectacle of an unrecoverable identity. It is no longer genesis that we seek, but instead the decipherment of what we are in the light of what we are no longer. Strangely, this alchemy of essentials contributes to making the practice of history, from which the relentless drive toward the future ought to have excused us, a repository for the secrets of the present. This thaumaturgical operation is accomplished more by the historian than by history. The historian's is a strange fate. His role and place in society were once simple and clearly defined, to be the spokesman of the past and the herald of the future. In this capacity his person counted less than his services. His role was that of an erudite transparency, a vehicle of transmission, a bridge stretched as lightly as possible between the raw materiality of the document and its inscription in memory, ultimately, an absence obsessed with objectivity. But with the disintegration of history memory, a new type of historian emerges who, unlike his precursors, is ready to confess the intimate relation he maintains to his subject. Better still, he is ready to proclaim it, deepen it, make of it not the obstacle but the means of his understanding. Imagine a society entirely absorbed in its own historicity. It would be incapable of producing historians. Living entirely under the sign of the future, it would satisfy itself with automatic self-recording processes and auto-inventory machines, postponing indefinitely the task of understanding itself. By contrast, our society, torn from its memory by the scale of its transformations but all the more obsessed with understanding itself historically, is forced to give an increasingly central role to the operations that take place within the historian. This historian is one who prevents history from becoming merely history. In the same way that we owe our historical overview to a panoramic distance, and our artificial hyperrealization of the past to a definitive estrangement, a changing mode of perception returns the historian, almost against his will, to the traditional objects from which he had turned away. Between memory and history, Les lieux de mémoire 295. The common knowledge of our national memory. Returning across the threshold of one's natal home, one finds oneself in the old abode, now uninhabited and practically unrecognizable, with the same family heirlooms, but under another light, before the same atelier, but for another task, in the same rooms, but with another role. As historiography has entered its epistemological age, with memory ineluctably engulfed by history, the historian has become no longer a memory individual but, in himself, a lieu de mémoire. Les lieux de mémoire, another history. Lieux de mémoire are simple and ambiguous, natural and artificial, at once immediately available in concrete sensual experience and susceptible to the most abstract elaboration. Indeed, they are lieux in three senses of the word: material, symbolic, and functional. Even an apparently purely material site, like an archive, becomes a lieu de mémoire only if the imagination invests it with a symbolic aura. A purely functional site, like a classroom manual, a testament, or a veterans' reunion, belongs to the category only inasmuch as it is also the object of a ritual. And the observance of a commemorative minute silence, an extreme example of a strictly symbolic action, serves as a concentrated appeal to memory by literally breaking a temporal continuity. Moreover, the three aspects always coexist. Take, for example, the notion of a historical generation. It is material by its demographic content and supposedly functional since memories are crystallized and transmitted from one generation to the next, but it is also symbolic, since it characterizes, by referring to events or experiences shared by a small minority, a larger group that may not have participated in them. Lieux de mémoire are created by a play of memory and history, an interaction of two factors that results in their reciprocal overdetermination. To begin with, there must be a will to remember. If we were to abandon this criterion, we would quickly drift into admitting virtually everything as worthy of remembrance. One is reminded of the prudent rules of old-fashioned historical criticism, which distinguished between direct sources, intentionally produced by society with a view to their future reproduction, a law or a work of art, for example, and the indiscriminate mass of indirect sources, comprising all the testimony an epoch inadvertently leaves to historians. Without the intention to remember, lieu de mémoire would be indistinguishable from lieu d'histoire. On the other hand, it is clear that without the intervention of history, time, and change, we would content ourselves with simply a schematic outline of the objects of memory. The lieux we speak of, then, are mixed, hybrid, mutant, bound intimately with life and death, with time and eternity, enveloped in a Mobius strip of the collective and the individual, the sacred and the profane, the immutable and the mobile. For if we accept that the most fundamental purpose of the lieu de mémoire is to stop time, to block the work of 296. Forgetting, to establish a state of things, to immortalize death, to materialize the immaterial, just as if gold were the only memory of money, all of this in order to capture a maximum of meaning in the fewest of signs, it is also clear that lieux de mémoire only exist because of their capacity for metamorphosis, an endless recycling of their meaning and an unpredictable proliferation of their ramifications. Let us take two very different examples. First, the revolutionary calendar, which was very much a lieu de mémoire since, as a calendar, it was designed to provide the a priori frame of reference for all possible memory, while, as a revolutionary document, through its nomenclature and symbolism, it was supposed to open a new book to history, as its principal author ambitiously put it, or to return Frenchmen entirely to themselves, according to another of its advocates. The function of the calendar, it was thought, would be to halt history at the hour of the revolution by indexing future months, days, centuries, and years to the revolutionary epoch. Yet, to our eyes, what further qualifies the revolutionary calendar as a lieu de mémoire is its apparently inevitable failure to have become what its founders hoped. If we still lived today according to its rhythm, it would have become as familiar to us as the Gregorian calendar and would consequently have lost its interest as a lieu de mémoire. It would have melted into our memorial landscape, serving only to date every other conceivable memorial site. As it turns out, its failure has not been complete. Key dates still emerge from it to which it will always remain attached: Vendémiaire, Thermidor, Brumaire. Just so, the lieu de mémoire turns in on itself an arabesque in the deforming mirror that is its truth. Let us consider too the celebrated Tour de la France par deux enfants, also incontestably a lieu de mémoire. Like the Petit Lavis, it trained the memory of millions of French boys and girls. Thanks to it, the Minister of Public Instruction could draw his pocket watch at 8:05 a.m. and declare, "All of our children are crossing the Alps." Moreover, the tour was an inventory of what one ought to know about France, an exercise in identification and a voyage initiation. But here things get more complicated. A close reading shows that as of its publication in 1877, the tour portrayed a France that no longer existed, and that in this year, when May 16 saw the consolidation of the Third Republic, it drew its seductive power from a subtle enchantment with the past. As is so often the case with books for children, the tour owed its initial success to the memory of adults. And later? 35 years after publication, on the eve of the War of 1914, when it was still a sovereign text, it seemed already a nostalgic institution. Despite revisions, the older edition sold more than the new. Then the tour became rare, employed only in marginal areas in the remote countryside. Slipping out of collective memory, it entered historical memory, then pedagogical memory. For its centennial, in 1977, however, just as the sales of an autobiography from the provinces, Pierre Hélias's Le Cheval d'Orgueil, reached 1 million copies, and when an industrial France stricken by economic crisis discovered its oral memory and peasant roots, the tour was reprinted, and once again entered the collective memory, a different one this. Between Memory and History, Les Lieux de Mémoire 297. Time, but still subject to being forgotten and revived in the future. What is the essence of this quintessential lieu de mémoire, its original intention or its return in the cycles of memory? Clearly both. All lieux de mémoire are objects mises en abîme. It is this principle of double identity that enables us to map, within the indefinite multiplicity of sites, a hierarchy, a set of limits, a repertoire of ranges. This principle is crucial because, if one keeps in mind the broad categories of the genre, anything pertaining to the cult of the dead, anything relating to the patrimony, anything administering the presence of the past within the present, it is clear that some seemingly improbable objects can be legitimately considered lieux de mémoire, while, conversely, many that seem to fit by definition should in fact be excluded. What makes certain prehistoric, geographical, archaeological locations important as sites is often precisely what ought to exclude them from being lieux de mémoire, the absolute absence of a will to remember and, by way of compensation, the crushing weight imposed on them by time, science, and the dreams of men. On the other hand, not every border marking has the credentials of the Rhine or the finest tier, that land's end at the tip of Brittany ennobled in the pages of Michelet. Every constitution, every diplomatic treaty is a lieu de mémoire, although the Constitution of 1793 lays a different claim than that of 1791, given the foundational status of the Declaration of the Rights of Man, and the Peace of Nimwegen has a different status than, at both ends of the history of Europe, the Verdun Compromise and the Yalta Conference. Amid these complexities, it is memory that dictates while history writes. This is why both history books and historical events merit special attention. As memory's ideal historical instruments, rather than as permutations of history and memory, they inscribe a neat border around a domain of memory. Are not every great historical work and the historical genre itself, every great event and the notion of event itself, in some sense by definition lieux de mémoire? The question calls for a precise answer. Among history books, only those founded on a revision of memory or serving as its pedagogical breviaries are lieux de mémoire. In France, there have been relatively few moments that have established a new historical memory. The 13th century Grandes Chroniques de France condensed dynastic memory and established the model for several centuries of historiography. In the 16th century, during the Wars of Religion, the school of so-called perfect history destroyed the legend of the monarchy's Trojan origins and restored Gaulish antiquity. Étienne Pasquiere's Recherches de la France, by the very modernity of its title, is an emblematic example. The historiography of the late Restoration abruptly introduced the modern conception of history. Thierry's Lettres sur l'histoire de France provided the inaugural impulse, and their publication as a volume in 1827 coincided, within a few months, with an illustrious beginner's first book, Michelet's Précis d'Histoire Moderne, and with Guizot's first lectures on the history of Euro. 298. European civilization and of France. Next came the advent of national positivist history, whose manifesto was the Revue Historique and whose monument is still Lavist's 27-volume Histoire de France. One could also cite the rise of memoirs, as well as autobiographies and diaries. Chateaubriand's Memoirs d'Outre-tombe, Stendhal's Vie de Henry Brulard, and the journal D'Amlil are lieux de mémoire not because they are bigger or better examples but because they complicate the simple exercise of memory with a set of questions directed to memory itself. As much can be said for the memoirs of statesmen. From Sully to de Gaulle, from Richelieu's Testament to the Memorial de Sainte Hélène or Poincare's journal, the genre has its constants and specificities, independent of the uneven value of the texts. It implies an awareness of other memoirs, a superimposition of the man of letters and the man of action, the identification of individual discourse with collective discourse, the insertion of individual rationality into raison d'etat, all motifs that, in the broad perspective of national memory, compel us to think of them as lieux de mémoire. As for great events, only two types are especially pertinent, and not in any way as a function of their greatness. On the one hand, there are those minuscule events, barely remarked at the time, on which posterity retrospectively confers the greatness of origins, the solemnity of inaugural ruptures. On the other hand, there are those non-events that are immediately charged with heavy symbolic meaning and that, at the moment of their occurrence, seem like anticipated commemorations of themselves. Contemporary history, by means of the media, has seen a proliferation of stillborn attempts to create such events. Thus, on one side, the election of Hugh Capet, an unremarkable incident but one to which 10 centuries of posterity, ending on the scaffold, have given a weight it did not possess at the start. On the other side, the wagon of Rethons, the handshake of Monteer, or the liberation parade down the Champs-Élysées. The founding event or the spectacular event, but in neither case the event itself. Indeed, it is the exclusion of the event that defines the lieu de mémoire. Memory attaches itself to sites, whereas history attaches itself to events. Within the category, however, nothing prevents us from imagining every possible distribution and necessary classification, from such natural, concretely experienced lieux de mémoire as cemeteries, museums, and anniversaries, to the most intellectually elaborate ones, not only notions such as generation, lineage, local memory, but also those of the formal divisions of inherited property, on which every perception of French space is founded, or of the landscape as a painting that comes to mind. When one thinks of Corot or of Cézanne's Mont Sainte-Victoire, should we stress the lieu de mémoire's material aspects, they would readily display themselves in a vast gradation. There are portable lieux, of which the people of memory, the Jews, have given homage or example in the tablets of the law. There are the topographical ones, which owe everything to the specificity of their location and to being rooted in the ground, so, for example, the conjunction of sites of tourism and centers of historical scholarship, the Bibliothèque Nationale on the site of the hotel. Between memory and history, les lieux de mémoire 299. Mazarine, the Archives Nationales in the Hotel Soubise. Then there are the monumental memory sites, not to be confused with architectural sites alone. Statues or monuments to the dead, for instance, owe their meaning to their intrinsic existence, even though their location is far from arbitrary. One could justify relocating them without altering their meaning. Such is not the case with ensembles constructed over time, which draw their meaning from the complex relations between their elements. Such are mirrors of a world or a period, like the Cathedral of Chartres or the Palace of Versailles. If, on the other hand, we were to stress the functional element, an array of lieux de mémoire would display themselves, ranging from those dedicated to preserving an incommunicable experience that would disappear along with those who shared it, such as the veterans' associations, to those whose purpose is pedagogical, as the manuals, dictionaries, testaments, and memoranda drafted by heads of families in the early modern period for the edification of their descendants. If, finally, we were most concerned with the symbolic element, we might oppose, for example, dominant and dominated lieux de mémoire. The first, spectacular and triumphant, imposing and, generally, imposed either by a national authority or by an established interest, but always from above, characteristically have the coldness and solemnity of official ceremonies. One attends them rather than visits them. The second are places of refuge, sanctuaries of spontaneous devotion and silent pilgrimage, where one finds the living heart of memory. On the one hand, the Sacré-Cœur, or the national obsequies of Paul Valéry; on the other, the popular pilgrimage of Lourdes or the burial of Jean-Paul Sartre, here de Gaulle's funeral at Notre Dame, there the cemetery of Colombier. These classifications could be refined ad infinitum. One could oppose public sites of memory and private ones, pure sites, exhaustive of their commemorative functions such as funeral eulogies, the battlefield of Douaumont or the Wall of the Fetters, and those composite sites in which the commemorative element is only one amid many symbolic meanings, such as the national flag, festival itineraries, pilgrimages, and so on. The value of a first attempt at a typology would lie not in its rigor or comprehensiveness, not even in its evocative power, but in the fact that it is possible. For the very possibility of a history of lieu de mémoire demonstrates the existence of an invisible thread linking apparently unconnected objects. It suggests that the comparison of the cemetery of Père Lachaise and the Statistique Générale de la France is not the same as the surrealist encounter of the umbrella and the sewing machine. There is a differentiated network to which all of these separate identities belong, an unconscious organization of collective memory that is our responsibility to bring to consciousness. The national history of France today traverses this network. One simple but decisive trait of lieu de mémoire sets them apart from every type of history to which we have become accustomed, ancient or modern. Every previous historical or scientific approach to memory, whether national, 300, or social, has concerned itself with realia, with things in themselves and in their immediate reality. Contrary to historical objects, however, lieu de mémoire have no referent in reality, or, rather, they are their own referent, pure, exclusively self-referential signs. This is not to say that they are without content, physical presence, or history. It is to suggest that what makes them lieu de mémoire is precisely that by which they escape from history. In this sense, the lieu de mémoire is double, a site of excess closed upon itself, concentrated in its own name, but also forever open to the full range of its possible significations. This is what makes the history of lieu de mémoire at once banal and extraordinary. Obvious topics, classic material, sources ready at hand, the least sophisticated methods, one would think we were returning to long outmoded historical methods. But such is not the case. Although these objects must be grasped in empirical detail, the issues at stake are ill-suited to expression in the categories of traditional historiography. Reflecting on lieu de mémoire transforms historical criticism into critical history, and not only in its methods, it allows history a secondary, purely transferential existence, even a kind of reawakening. Like war, the history of lieu de mémoire is an art of implementation, practiced in the fragile happiness derived from relating to rehabilitated objects and from the involvement of the historian in his or her subject. It is a history that, in the last analysis, rests upon what it mobilizes, an impalpable, barely expressible, self-imposed bond, what remains of our ineradicable, carnal attachment to these faded symbols, the reincarnation of history as it was practiced by Michelet, irresistibly putting to mind the recovery from lost love of which Proust spoke so well, that moment when the obsessive grasp of passion finally loosens, but whose true sadness is no longer to suffer from what one has so long suffered. Henceforth to understand only with the mind's reason, no longer with the unreason of the heart. This is a very literary reference. Should we regret it or, on the contrary, suggest its full justification? Once again, the answer derives from our present historical situation. In fact, memory has never known more than two forms of legitimacy, historical and literary. These have run parallel to each other but until now always separately. At present the boundary between the two is blurring, following closely upon the successive deaths of memory history and memory fiction. A new kind of history has been born, which owes its prestige and legitimacy to the new relation it maintains to the past. History has become our replaceable imagination, hence the last stand of faltering fiction in the renaissance of the historical novel, the vogue for personalized documents, the literary revitalization of historical drama, the success of the oral historical tale. Our interest in these lieux de mémoire that anchor, condense, and express the exhausted capital of our collective memory derives from this new sensibility. History has become the deep reference of a period that has been wrenched from its depths, a realistic novel in a period in which there are no real novels. Memory has been promoted to the center of history, such is the spectacular bereavement of literature. Contributors: David W. Blight is Associate Professor of History and Black Studies at Amherst College. He is the author of Frederick Douglass' Civil War, Keeping Faith in Jubilee, and editor of Narrative of the Life of Frederick Douglass, an American Slave. He is currently writing a book tentatively titled Race and Reunion, The Memory of the Civil War in American Culture. Hazel V. Carby is Professor of English, African American, and American Studies at Yale University. She is the author of Reconstructing Womanhood, The Emergence of the Afro-American Woman Novelist. She is presently completing Race Men, Genealogies of Race, Nation, and Manhood and Women, Migration and the Formation of a Blues Culture. Veve Clark is Associate Professor of African and Caribbean Literature in the African American Studies Department at the University of California, Berkeley. She is co-editor of the multi-volume biography The Legend of Mayadaran and has published widely on African and Caribbean literatures, Haitian theater, and Katherine Dunham's contributions to American dance. Melvin Dixon was Professor of English at Queens College and the Graduate Center of the City University of New York. He was the author of several books, including Vanishing Rooms, Trouble the Water, Ride Out the Wilderness, Geography and Identity in Afro-American Literature, and Change of Territory. He was also the translator of Leopold Senghor, The Collected Poetry. Genevieve Fabre is professor at the University of Paris. She is the author of Le Théâtre Noir Auxiliary États Unis, revised and translated as Drum Beats, Masks and Metaphor, Contemporary Afro-American Theater, and is the editor of several volumes of essays, including ones on Toni Morrison and on ethnic identity. She has also recently written on Zora Neale Hurston, the blues culture in the 1920s, and the Harlem Renaissance. Her current projects include 2 books on ethnic celebrations in the United States and on celebrative and commemorative events in African American culture. Michel Fabre is the director of the Center for African American Studies and New Literatures in English at the Université de la Sorbonne Nouvelle. His latest publications are From Harlem to Paris, Black Americans in France, 1840 to 1980, with Robert Skinner and Lester Sullivan, Chester Himes, an annotated primary and secondary bibliography, a new edition of The Unfinished Quest of Richard Wright, and Conversations with Richard Wright. 301. 302 contributors. Karen Fields was a founding director of the Frederick Douglass Institute for African and African American Studies at the University of Rochester and remains on the faculty. She is the author of Revival and Rebellion in Colonial Central Africa and co-author with Mamie Garvin Fields of Lemon Swamp and Other Places, a Carolina memoir. Andrea Ann Kakay teaches American Studies and Translation at the Université du Maine. Her dissertation was on African American women writers, and she has published 2 articles, Cours Singuliers, LCS Cours Féminins dans one œuvre de Toni Morrison and Au Pays de Couleurs, Voyage dans les imaginaires de Toni Morrison et Entezak Échange. Angelica Krieger-Kalula teaches English, French, and Spanish at a high school near Frankfurt am Main, while working on a postdoctoral thesis on social and cultural aspects of death and dying in African American culture. She is the author of Die List de Schwacheren, Mode of Geschichte und Anthropologie der Afroamerikanischen Erzähl Tradition and Homage and Hegemony, African American Grave Inscription and Decoration, in Slavery in the Americas. Nellie Y. McKay teaches American and African American literature at the University of Wisconsin, Madison. She is the author of Jean Toomer, Artist, a study of his literary life and work, and editor of critical essays on Toni Morrison. She has published many essays on Black American women writers and on issues in contemporary literary Black and/or feminist studies. She is currently working on a study of Black women's autobiographies and is co-editor of the forthcoming Norton Anthology of African American Literature. Robert G. O'Meally is Zora Neale Hurston Professor of American Literature at Columbia University. He is the author of The Craft of Ralph Ellison and Lady Day, The Many Faces of Billie Holiday. He is currently working on a book-length study of Sarah Vaughan. Alessandro Portelli is Professor American Literature at the University of Rome. He is the author of The Death of Luigi Trastulli, Form and Meaning in Oral History and the Text and the Voice, Orality, Writing, and Democracy in American Literature. Richard J. Powell, Associate Professor of Art History at Duke University, has written extensively on African American art and culture, including essays in edited collections, journal articles, and exhibition catalogs. His major publications include Jacob Lawrence, Homecoming, The Art and Life of William H. Johnson and the Blues Aesthetic, Black Culture and Modernism. Werner Salas teaches English and African American Studies at Harvard University and is currently completing Neither Black Nor White and Yet Both, a thematic study of interracial literature. Most recently he has edited The Return of Thematic Criticism and a bilingual version of Jean Toomer's Cane. He is also the co-editor of Blacks at Harvard, a documentary history of African American experience at Harvard and Radcliffe. Robert Steptoe, a professor of American literature at Yale University, is the author of From Behind the Veil, a study of Afro-American narrative and an editor of the Harper American Literature. Washington Park is taken from a forthcoming collection of essays entitled Idlewild and Other Seasons.